been doing this for 4 fucking years. You didn't fucking get it by now. Get the fuck out of here.
Off to the rest of your spastics and tell them you can do nothing. Yeah, you can, you stuttery. Yes, spastic. Fuck off. Go away. Tell people you can't do anything. You're stupid globe and I know. You'll Adam fuck off. Back to your spastic retard.
Yeah, whatever, Nathan. You're a genius.
That's my fucking argument and demonstration of being a spastic.
Demeaning our argument with statements like, you can do fuck all with an angle.
What can you do with an angle?
Shut up. Bitch, shut your fucking mouth. Nobody was talking.
You shut the fuck up, Nathan.
I'll remove you if you don't shut up while I talk to Beth.
I will do what the fuck I like. Dad, you've been talking. You say to an audience, fuck all with an angle, and then mention me in that. You are personally in talking. Therefore, I'm going to take a strip on you based on your ignorance. That's what I'm going to do. Or you stuff it. Okay? So that would be doing something with an angle, wouldn't it then? Yeah, it would, you stupid fucking retard. So our problem is with you personally, is with you being stupid, not understanding that you can do something with an angle. An elevation angle measure can find your position on the flat plane. The six, you don't understand this, and you're attempting to demean our argument. You can do lots with an angle, unless you're a fucking retard, like you. You can measure your position on Earth by way of elevation angle. That is doing something with an angle. Zero comprehension of the argument responses his made.
Right, Ben, you can measure and find your position on the flat plane with an elevation angle.
Talk about your 2D surface.
Called Adam Flat Earth side.
You ain't got no purpose in life.
Fuckwits, who told you not to explain the argument? The spastics I'm telling you to go back to. Did they not complain the argument and put it across to you? You're surrounded by fucking retards, Ben. Clearly, we have an argument. I'm giving it to you now.
Learn the fucking scientific method or get the fuck out of here.
I'm not surprised. Listen to you lot. You go fucking mental over a simple geometric fact. You've got a third of a triangle and yet you're doing magic with it.
Adam, your Flat Earth Society, mate.
It's called Adam Flat Earth Society.
Call QE, Owen, or wanker all you like, yeah?
Okay, well, while Bev's here, I just want to say, if you're subscribed to Bev, you're a
So
spastic
fuck
like
off!
Bev, because he's going to make you stupid, like he's making all of us stupid. Unsubscribe to him immediately. Definitely don't give him any money, because the guy's a fucking retard. He's going to make you more stupid, and he's going to either be conveying his stupidity to you to soak up,
Adam,
or he's
your
fucking
Flat
lying
Earth
to you.
Society, mate.
Either way, he's poison.
Flat Earth endorsement. Thank you very much,
Shut up,
Nathan.
Bev, while I tell my audience
So
to
fuck off!
unsubscribe from you and never give you any money.
Oh,
Yeah,
telling your
that's what I'm telling
audience.
my
Okay.
While I tell you to shut up, Bev, I'll tell my audience, you, Bev, are a fucking thicko, and nobody should be subscribed to you.
Just living in reality, Nathan. Don't worry.
Shut up, while I tell the audience that you're fucking thick and they should so fuck off! Stubborn. Spoiled bitch. Excuse me, Daddy, if you Adam Flat Earth side. Kick him out, he's a fucking retard. He doesn't belong here, he's a spastic. Another Adam. He's done his attacks and me, and then Adam again with Adam bombs. I haven't just called Bev a spastic. I called Adam Flat Earth side. Can't do anything with an angle. An angle will be acquired through a star and GP on a plane. That's an argument. An ad bomb.
I think you guys are having a communication problem.
No, then the fucking angle. So fuck off! Dead area. Shut up! Everybody else, shut the fuck up. Free ad bombs. So fuck off!
Why do I get so
Yeah, you need
much
other things
resistance?
sometimes.
I know
When you oversimplify it, it's an angle only.
that means you don't understand the principle of celestial navigation. That's what we were pointing out there. I think you personally where you get your pants about you as an individual. Like we give a fuck. Like we give a fuck about you and your personal problems that our people talk about. You are a wanker, and we will treat you like a wanker because that's how wankers get treated. Personally.
Well, this fucking stupid bitch attacks everybody personally. It's called Adam Flat Earth describes how the use of an angle to find your position on a flat plane when measuring it through the star singular angle at that point is useful because it will use the angle singular to support your position at sea on a plane. So that's an argument. It's not me just calling him thick like you just called Adam Flat Earth Society.
Sick of this shit. Not
Yeah,
you, Nathan.
Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle to the star. Called Adam Flat Earth Society. What does it actually do?
Measures angles.
You can do fuck all with an angle, Dad. He said you can do fuck all with an angle, and he is wrong.
Not
Yeah, I
you,
got-
Nathan. I'm talking to everyone.
And my fucking balls taste you unbelievable spastic.
Just an angle, Nathan. No need to get upset about it. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Yeah.
Are we?
You can do fuck all with an angle.
I can demonstrate what you can do with an angle.
You've got one angle. What are you doing with
And
it?
we're going to be doing it. We're going to draw
What
out
are
a
you-
circle of equal elevation with
How
it.
do you
Yeah,
draw
we're gonna
a
be doing
circle
it.
with an angle?
You just don't know what.
How do you draw a circle with an angle?
Understand? It was an argument against his assertion that you can do nothing with an angle. You can. You can save your life at sea by measuring that angle to the star. Communication of an angle that you've measured. That's not doing something with it, right, Bev? You fucking retard, you spastic, you dumbo, you thick fuck.
I did concede.
Shut up, Owen!
Not much.
You can do fuck all with an angle.
And we are live. Welcome, everyone. It is Trivium Night and the third part of our dealing with the pwning of blue marble science.
But can we just mention what a classic that was?
I found it. I've got loads of videos that I've done shit like that. That
I honestly
I just
forgot.
lose them. Forget of them.
Yeah, I honestly forgot that even existed. And just hearing that back has reminded me of that stupid. You can save your life at sea.
By measuring an angle.
Yes. Brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you for that.
Just on that, I know we'll probably talk about it some other time, but just on that, when Emma says that, it's hysterical. Could you imagine your ship's going down at sea? You pull out your sextant and go, "What's the
Okay, yeah.
angle? What's
I
the
can
angle to
save
Polaris?"
everybody. Let me measure my angle.
And then you get the angle and you tell your first mate, "Write down this angle." Guys, I'm glad we did that. We're
Yeah.
good now.
Yeah.
Captain, the ship's still going down.
But we've got the angle.
Yeah. We got it.
Askin just wrote, he's drowning, throw him an angle. That's brilliant.
So good. Oh.
Oh. Yeah, a long time. One of our best arguments, I think, really. They're not much arguments, but they're sort of more like an enthymeme, right? You can do fuck all with an angle. Geometrically. I mean, you can give it a name. You can write it down. You can measure it. But, hey. Yeah, we did hear that somebody said we'd been over somewhere else, but I haven't. We've just been in here making a song, one of Buster's songs, actually. I think I've done 2 today. So it has been good. Have we got a mod thing? Well, it's not many people watching. I suppose all the mods are in here. Looks like
Yeah.
everybody's in the YouTube chat anyway, because we've gone subscriber only now, haven't we?
Well, I'm not. No, I don't think that's turned on. Like, I have to turn that on every time.
Do you? Oh, yeah. I say I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know what's going on with that.
So, yeah. So I can go on there and do that. There you go. I don't know why you're not able to.
Yeah, I don't know why you have to do it all the time. Should be like an automatic sort of thing, shouldn't it? I think I did add you to the thing anyway. We can bother with that some other time. Yeah, Emma was away last night, so Emma missed most of this. So I think we're going to go back a little bit to do the drop and the hump again. And I think its level is horizontal as well. They were going on 0.5 or 6 or something. I don't know. On the great, I got the Google Doc from Charles. I don't know where I'll put it though. Oh yeah, here we go. Look. Copy. So it's in the Discord chat here. That's the Google document. The Flat Earth Mathematics did for Blue Marble Science about all of the things. If you want to know what's sort of upsetting the Flat Earth Mathematics and Blue Marble Science and Rumpus, and you know, not that many people are bothered about it, but if that's what you want to know, boom, get in there, have a look at that. It's like the cheat sheet for all of the most triggering arguments. And I have to remind you, as you just heard with Nathan Oakley, we are not flat earthers. So if you would like to come and see reason, logic, geometry from reality, right, and you don't feel like being a flat earther, come and have a chat. It's all right. It's all right not being a flat earther. I mean, there's nothing. Well, I'd say there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with a certain group of flat earthers, right? There's some people that call themselves flat earthers that they're just normal people that like calling themselves flat earthers. But then there's this other group of people that are like, they're full on flat earthers. Like too big, too much so. They've got like flat earth capes and everything. I think that's where you put Nathan Oakley. I put that in the Flat Earth Society, like Emma said. Adam. Flat Earth Society for sure. If you don't feel like being a part of that crowd, then come on over here. Okay. I don't like water, so I'm not really. Got a canal. I like a canal. It's quite easy, isn't it? You always get to the side pretty easy. You don't have to be too good a swimmer. Right, so we are going to go back over the Blue Marble Science and FEM meeting that they had last Friday. Has anyone seen Rumpus since Friday? Is he all right? He's not even been in the chat or anything, has he? Has anyone seen Rumpus? Like what?
I haven't.
No, and he's been tagged in the chat a couple times today, I think.
No. Yeah, I hope he's
he
all
hiding?
right. Well,
He probably feels
you missed
terrible
it,
that, I
yeah.
mean, they all went against him, really, didn't
Yeah,
they?
yeah, it did.
Yeah, like he Blue Marble had told Fem that Rumpus wasn't going to be there. They promised him he wasn't going to be there. And then Rumpus turned up. So I don't know whether he was set up by Blue Marble or whether, like Rumpus is just sort of walking around, like he said, just happened to be passing And we'll go, hey, Blue Marble's here. I think I'll pop in. And he didn't know that it was promised that he wasn't going to be there.
That's what I think. I think Blue may have set both of them up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
I
just
think-
like,
I
oh,
mean-
yeah, fem. We'll make sure of that. And obviously, because
that
they
means-
never talk to each other, then how would you get in contact with Rumpus?
I don't know, but to Kevin's point, that would imply some sort of, intelligence on Blue's behalf.
Perhaps.
I think as we're learning, right, they do not talk to each other. There's no communication. We've been saying it all along, right? You need to have a good communication. We, in this server, we do. It's an open server, so anyone can come in and have a chat and do whatever, right? We quite often do live shows to let everybody know what we're doing. And, well, you'll know more if you come into the server, because we do all sorts of other stuff we've got planned. We've got all sorts of things planned that you wouldn't really need to know about. But I don't think they talk. I don't think there's a central Rumpus hotline where you call Rumpus. I mean, most people don't even want Rumpus to be around when he is around. So how would you get to tell Rumpus that, you're not meant to come round? It's like you put it's like Batman signal, but like Rumpus, don't come round here. Perhaps he should have done that. Just stopped him from sharing his screen. And that might have worked for next time, Blue. Just make sure he can't share his screen and he'll stop coming round. But he'll be fine.
I do like the Batman signal kind of thing. You can just take Rumpus's profile. What is it, a sheep or something like that? I can't remember. You just take that and you flash it on a big light with the knot sign through it. And then Rumpus looks up into the sky. I mean, you're looking up into the sky anyway all the time. You just look up into the sky with your sextant, and then or with the telescope that we talked about from Rumpus Construction Company yesterday. You just look up in the sky, and if you see that,
telescope.
I mean, it's the least Blue can do. At least put something out in the nighttime sky so that Rumpus knows, hey, this is Rumpus free zone tonight, Rumpus.
Yeah, it's a bit tough, isn't it? Rumpus, don't come round. I mean, it appears to have had that sort of effect. That's why I was making sure if he's all right. I mean, surely Farmer's Boy should know, right?
I feel a bit sorry for Rumpus, to be honest. Like, to have them all gang up on him, it can't be nice.
Well, in this particular instance, it's hard to feel sorry for Rumpus, I think. For me anyway, but I'll grant you, Emma, I think in this case I'm kind of with you. I feel for Rumpus because he was only doing what flat earth math suggests should be done with paying attention to language, right? Being very, very precise with language. And so Rumpus was coming in, making sure that there was very, very precise with language. And then Blue, out of the blue, is very precise with his language, calling Rumpus a pedantic prick. I mean, I think you're right, Emma. It's worthy even of Rumpus. It's worthy of feeling sorry for Rumpus. I agree.
Yeah, it's hurtful coming from Blue. I mean, he's been called all sorts of names, I suppose. So he's done a lot of name calling, right? I can't remember anybody calling Rumpus any names, really. That seems to be Has anybody ever called Rumpus a name like that? That's pretty aggressive from Blue. Yeah, Rob's saying there, we need a Rumpus free zone. Well, it might be Blue Marble Science might have done that. Fem and Blue Marble Science could have just got rid of him. If he's all right, I hope he's all right. Anyway.
I agree with you. And on behalf of the OTL crew, let me just extend an invite to Rumpus. Rumpus, anytime you want to come in, tell us your side of the story, what you thought happened, and how you were treated, feel free. Come on in. Come on in, tell us what you think.
Yeah, exactly. We'll definitely listen.
Yeah, you don't even need to talk about your test or anything like that, right? We'll just keep it purely on feelings and how you react, you know, in the future now. How do we go forward knowing that there are people that sign things that I promise not to let Rumpus come in and talk to somebody else. Sensitive, right? Sensitive. That's 2023. The new snowflake culture. I'll come and talk to you, Blue, as long as Rumpus isn't there. And who else? You don't know how long that list was, do you? Think of all of the other people that didn't speak up. They could have already been told. He could have had a list of about 20 people on there. Could be a proper snowflake. Anyway, I'm sure Rumpus will be fine. If you need a hand, we have said, if you're going to put your polls up or anything, give us a shout and we'll come and video it for you. We'll come and watch. So don't say we've never helped out. Okay. Let me go. Where are we? I'll get you guys. You have to let us know if this screen has been messing about a bit on Discord recently. Do you wanna hear the new? You wanna hear the new one first?
Yes.
Okay.
It's phenomenal.
Let me sort my screens out, but it's messing about. Just a minute.
I think I can speak for everybody when you say you don't really have to ask if it's Buster song time. You just go ahead, play.
Okay. You can see that on there, can you? Let me just... There you go, right. You guys in Discord can see that, and just a quick bit and then we'll get straight back into it, but this is the music one. I'll do it later. These are uploaded onto YouTube, so part of the Buster soundtrack. Check it out.
I don't think that was really helpful, but what do you think, Blue?
Well, it's showtime.
And one thing, what has to be emphasized, of course, is that a water level is not a tool for establishing a horizontal. It is a tool for measuring 2 points being level. And I think Blue's also been good on this.
I thought that was a good
if you want to
idea.
use it to establish a horizontal, but it's not going to be a horizontal at either of the 2 pot ends, it's going to be in the middle, you then have to use another tool to manufacture a line, to manufacture the horizontal. You have to use through a camera or some other device to generate the horizontal, because the level doesn't. It just gives you 2 points that are at the same elevation, and that's it.
Yeah, well,
no horizontal involved.
Well, if you connect those 2 points, and you just said this a few moments ago, you do establish a horizontal at the midpoint of the 2 points.
Yes, you need another
that's
tool.
kind of the way I felt about
By
it.
itself, you do not get a horizontal. You need another tool. If you want to end up with a horizontal, you then need another tool to do that. Either a telescope or something to look through it.
It's showtime.
Well,
Bev will say 100% of the time that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. I say, now wait a minute, there is another definition of a water level. It is a device that establishes 2 points of equal elevation. That's what a water level is.
So
well, yeah, but you're getting a lot wrong, I'm afraid, Charles.
That's kind of the way I felt.
Then don't ask questions if you're not going to listen to the answer.
Okay, well, go ahead. Go and you answer. Well, you just made a claim that just with 2 pots you can determine horizontal. Tell me how I could do that and then say, right, the horizontal is here in the middle.
I say, now wait a minute.
Between those 2 pots, how I'd do that then? Go ahead.
I thought that was a good idea. So what are we doing today? What are we doing today, Charles?
Proving that Bev is not a flat earther. And I don't think he understands.
Right, exactly.
You don't understand.
And I don't think he And I don't think he understands.
So today, we have Flat Earth Man, Charles.
You could not generate a horizontal feature or anything
Why?
just with a water level. You need another tool to use to do that.
Why?
So by itself, it cannot generate a horizontal plane. Right, but then I need a straight thing, don't I? Okay, I chose to put. Okay, I chose a. I let you get out of it by having a straight. Okay, let's not say a shelf. Let's suppose I wanted to put a football. That was midpoint and horizontal between the two things. You couldn't do it. I chose a shelf, which of course is a horizontal, is a straight line thing. So if I pick a non-straight line thing, you can't do it.
You know, using water to make a horizontal plane.
Right. That's not possible.
Right. Because Bev is not a flat earther.
Right. Exactly.
I want to put a shelf that's horizontal to those two things. How would I do that with just those two pots? You can't do it.
They constantly force themselves into denying the idea that you can have an angle between a curve and a straight line, or between two curves. Of course you can. That's fundamental in mathematics. There's no fundamental error. We're just simply avoiding being a pedantic prick. That's all.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, sure. Over distance, you see some really strange things. You end up looking down to see something that is at an elevation higher than you are.
Yes, that's exactly what happened in California.
Right, sure, exactly. Lining the tops of the water up in two vessels that are 60 feet apart gives you a line which we know is technically horizontal at its that line of sight is technically horizontal. It's showtime. Right, exactly.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just don't.
Bev keeps on saying this is a tool to establish a horizontal. It's his favourite phrase. I'm going to use that probably even more than horizontal level.
No logic, no wisdom, no worry.
Horizontal level. I think it's important to point out that this is wrong. Not. It's not that.
No reason, no logic, no answers to the question.
And so that's Bev.
You're just on your own.
That's one thing. Another point, verticals are lines and not planes. That's another key thing, whereas horizontals are planes and not lines.
That's true.
Right, but a vertical plane isn't defined that way. The plane itself is vertical, which means, you know, if you were to draw a line orthogonal to the vertical plane, and then measure the angle to that orthogonal, then you would see that one is horizontal and then the plane itself is vertical. Anyway, so Blue, you want to move on?
Yeah, let's. Well,
I don't think that was really helpful, but what do you think, Blue?
It's showtime.
It's showtime.
It's showtime.
Yeah. It's only because it's black, don't worry. And whoa. We're over here somewhere. Right. We're on 6 and 7. About here somewhere. How about that? We'll go back a bit for Emma. Okay, now that was just the bit I've been doing the Buster song, and it's great going over all of this sort of stuff. All day going over these little clips, you get a chance to go over them more, and you hear more stuff in them. So hey, we're going to go over it a bit more again.
Giles did give a good explanation about what a tangent is, and I've given and Bev, and I've done it in the past, and Bev simply doesn't understand that at a point this is where you can use the word identical. At a point on a curve, it has the same. Of course, I don't think Bev understands the word gradient. That he doesn't.
We were doing this about Rumpus as well. I mean, it's a pity he's not going to be around much anymore because we're just finally getting a grip on him, right? He never finishes a sentence. You can never understand what he's saying because he never actually says anything. He starts sentences half the way through when he realizes he doesn't know what he's saying midway through a sentence, and he swaps it just to confuse everyone else.
To understand that a curve at a point has a gradient. That's I think the basic problem. And I mean, you spend, I don't know, a quarter of an hour trying to explain that to him, and the guy is just, he obviously doesn't want to believe that's the case, but he doesn't even understand the starting point of a tangent to a curve having a curve. I mean, they're talking about things like how can a point have a gradient, and of course it's in the context of a curve.
Everybody does understand what a tangent is, right? Just a straight line, and it's only a tangent. You can't have a tangent to a straight line because that's just a line on a line, right? So you need a curve, and a tangent line is the straight line, and it's the point that it touches the curve is the tangent point. And I think most people understand that. Now, it does have a relationship on to the curve, this straight line. But that's a geometric understanding that you gain through the basics of geometry. It's not really that complicated, but it does go to a little bit of depth. But listen to Rumpus. Most people have heard him do this. I mean, at least I've heard him do this many times. I don't know what it's for.
That it has a gradient. The differential of a curve has a gradient. Even though you're going down to an infinitesimally small point, it still has the property of a gradient, and they don't understand that.
And
does anybody know what an infinitesimally small point is, and how much bigger that is than just a point?
I have no idea.
Like, there is no difference, right? Because a point is that of which has no parts. It's a nothing. So Rumpus has got an infinitesimally small point. Of which there is no point in him saying that. There's literally no point in it. It means nothing. Buster, vacuous statement, right? It means nothing. But that's Rumpus. It's a pity he's not going to be around again. Seems to make sure he's all right. If anybody sees Rumpus, make sure he's okay. Send out the search party. Farmer's boy. Send for the farmer's boy to go and make sure that Rumpus is okay.
And the thing is, you mentioned tangent, and then sometimes they say, well, that's a straight line. You're measuring an angle to a tangent. And I say, well, the tangent's optional because, you know, and as anyone who's taken calculus knows, when you're...
Tangents are optional. Flat Earth math.
First deriving the derivative, you do something called a difference quotient. At least, you know, when I was teaching my students the beginnings of calculus, I taught them, and we actually manually worked through the difference quotient, where you take the limit as the distance between 2 points gets infinitely small, meaning the limit as it approaches zero, you know, finding the slope of the graph. And it's called the difference quotient, and then that leads you to the derivative, which is the slope of the line at the graph of any point.
I once, sorry, Karen.
Sure.
I once asked Bev about 6 months ago, could he, if I gave him the equation, curve, y is equal to x squared?
Like, what's it got to do with me? Really? Oh my goodness. Rumpus.
Could he please tell me what the tangent was at x is equal to 3? And I asked him how he would do it, and he said, basically he described a graphical procedure. He had no idea that we could work out just using maths the gradient.
I think visually about graphs when I hear of a tangent to somebody. I mean, excuse me for thinking about an actual tangent. Rumpus is trying to berate somebody for actually thinking about a tangent on a graph when you're talking about a function that is easily described on a graph.
slope, if you prefer to use that word, I think Americans do, of the curve at that point. And if you don't understand that it does have a well-defined mathematical exact definition of what the slope is,
Can I just,
then also.
Oh, sorry,
that it does have a well-defined mathematical of the curve at that point. And if you don't understand that it does have a
that's just for a Buster song, all right? You don't understand
exact definition of what the slope is, then all sorts of other problems occur, because then you do have this problem. They don't understand infinitesimals, therefore they don't understand that curves, even though they're just a point, do have the property of a slope. And so without that, there's.
Did he say a point has the property of a slope?
Curves, even though they're just a point, do have the property of a slope.
Yes.
Take that. I mean,
point
take
has
that. Listen,
property to.
He says the curve, which is a point, which has the properties of a slope. I think. I mean, let's check it.
The curves,
Yes, he said
even though
that
just
point has property
do
of the
have the
slope.
property of a slope.
The curve is a point which has the property of a slope. This is new mathematics. Listen, in case you think we're kidding.
The curves, even though they're just a point, do have the property of a slope. And so without that, they're stuffed.
Without that, they're stuffed. I don't have that. That's crazy. A curve, a point that's actually got the properties of a slope. Does that mean it can't have like a vertical or a horizontal property? Like these curves that are points. It's got to have, or could it have a slope of 0 or infinite? Whatever, I don't know. This new mathematics is it's beyond me. Listen to that again, though. If you want to hear contradictions, Rumpus is one of the best for it.
The curves, even though they're just a point, do have the property of a slope. And so without that, they're stuffed.
Right. I'm going to have
Nobody replies to that because nobody wants to entertain that conversation with Rumpus about the points, lines, slopes, and curves, because he said that he's have to go at Bev about it. So nobody wants to be in the bracket of like Bev asking him what the fuck he's talking about.
This is just pure nonsense. So everybody ignores that because what they can say about that.
Yeah, other than I thought you told me that you promised me that he wasn't going to be here. Something like that.
Y equals X squared.
And now you can see what's going on.
Yeah.
In my next video, that's going to be addressed to the Try Thinking crew.
See, the Try Thinking crew, right? At least he's nice enough, right? Flat Earth Math. At least he acknowledges it. It's not just me, right? Rumpus may be talking about Bev all the time, but it's not just me. Come into the Discord server, you'll find out. This is a lot of people. I'm just the one that does all of the talking and shit. Actually, might be leading the way a bit. But it's Emma. Emma's the one you should be coming in and having a word with. She tells us what to do. She writes all the scripts and everything.
But it's going to address, that exact thing. What's
Sounds
the slope
video,
of
sorry.
It's not your fault with Discord.
This Y equals X squared, and or
Yes,
is it an impossible question?
They're going to be doing loads of questions, Y equals X squared, and giving you tangent stuff, all right? So be ready for it when they all make videos with that sort of stupid shit in it. Does anybody like doing that sort of stuff? I don't. I'm not into that. But these mathematics guys, Rumpus and Flat Earth Math, they're all making videos about it.
All right, so what number are we up
Well,
to
not
now?
Rumpus.
Let's go.
Are we on number 7? Right?
Number 7, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, this gets misquoted a lot. Apparently, Globers don't believe that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, and I think what the problem is that if you take a horizontal and you just simply extend it, and then you put a bunch of perpendiculars to that horizontal, you can only construct one of them, which is vertical in the real world. Only one of them is aligned with plumb. All the other.
Did you know that?
No, he's making assumption.
No. He's saying that apparently globers don't have vertical and horizontal being perpendicular, and then he's explained the reason why. I'll go back a little bit, just so. Right.
And you just simply extend it.
Right. So, yeah.
So yeah, this gets misquoted a lot. Apparently, Globers don't believe that horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, and I think
right, Globers apparently. I mean, this is his list, right? He's wrote this list down, and he's saying apparently, because I'm not saying apparently, it's him, Flat Earth Math. Do you not remember when he went absolutely crazy making videos about when we said horizontal and vertical are perpendicular? We wrote it. We said like 69 miles. He didn't like that, right? So apparently Globers don't. I mean, I'm not so sure that they're aware that they don't. But he's going to explain it now, right?
I think what the problem is that if you
he thinks what the problem is, it's his problem, right? This is his problem. He's wrote it down. It's his list, and he's going to tell you his problem.
I think what the problem is that if you take a horizontal, and you just simply extend it,
straight line segments, shared straight line segments, extend the horizontal,
and then you put a bunch of perpendiculars to that horizontal, you can only construct one of them, which is vertical in the real.
You can have loads of plumb bobs if you extend a horizontal with a load of shared line segments, right? You can put plumb bobs all along it, can't you? When we do our test at the canal, you can like walk along with a plumb bob. You can have your own plumb bob. In fact, that'd be great, that, wouldn't it? Just if we set up like a 400-meter water level and get a load of people to come down and meet us, and just stand there with your plumb bobs, and we'll get the drone circling around and going, how is this possible? So that's what he's talking about.
You can only construct one of them, which is vertical in the real world.
You can only construct one of them. Can we do we could do a prize draw, right, for the one that has actually got the vertical?
So if you have two plumb bobs on your whiteboard, one of them is fake.
Yeah.
I can assure you.
You don't know which one, but only one of them can be vertical. They're both
you can guess which one is fake and which one is real.
Yeah, like I say, like next time we go out and we get to the canal to do our realising Euclid tests, we could just sort of bring a plumb bob, right? Everybody come down, bring a plumb bob, and then we can do a prize draw for the one that thinks that they've got the vertical. Like, who's got the plumb? Where perhaps where do you stand? Maybe it's a lucky plumb bob, right? Maybe, who knows? Flat Earth Math has got a problem though, right? You can see his problem. Horizontal and vertical being perpendicular are like level and plumb being perpendicular.
I would say that they should sell lucky plumb bobs in the store.
Yeah. No guarantees. No guarantees that this is the vertical one, right?
Yeah. But you may have luck, like 50-50 or something like that.
It depends how many other plumb bobs there are in the vicinity. You get more chance. I mean, if there's more people around. Yeah. So this is he's don't forget, he's wrote this down. difficulty with perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical. I mean, who has the problem here? I don't. I'm fine. And as Nathan Oakley will tell you, I'm not a flat earther. We just live in reality. So check it out again. I like listening to this sort of stuff. Going over this, you get a chance to savour it, right? So he's concocted this. He's wrote it down. This is number 7.
Perpendiculars to that horizontal. You can only construct one of them, which is vertical in the real world. Only one of them is aligned with plumb. All the other perpendiculars to that horizontal will deviate from plumb.
Yeah.
Deviate from plumb. Apparently so, yeah.
So other plumb bobs are deviating from themselves because
I don't know. I don't know whether they're talking about graph, paper, verticals being different than plumb, whether they think there is a difference. This is where it comes in, right? Because everybody knows that horizontal and vertical, they are perpendicular. I don't think anybody has a problem with that. But when you come to relate that to the real world, you have these tools. One of them's called a plumb bob, and the other one's called a level. Now, as we say, level is horizontal. So we can prove through the realizing Euclid test, like he said, extending the horizontal, that's possible, right? So hence the problem. What do you do with the perpendiculars to that? I mean, they're just vertical. And welcome to the real world, right? It's just reality. It's no need to get upset. Now, there are a group of people. I don't know what to say. The monadic people that have something strange happening to plumb bobs that doesn't seem to comport with reality, and it leaves them having a problem with perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical in the real world, because they think there's something different about horizontal and vertical within mathematical realm and the real world. Different somehow. They've never really voiced their opinions about why they think it's a problem, but they think that you can just sort of point at normal people and say, that you're a flat earther, which we are obviously not flat earthers. Just live in reality. Charles is there. I wonder if Charles has seen. What's he called? I've forgotten his name now. Rumpus. Charles, have you seen Rumpus around anywhere? You know, get up for a meeting afterwards. Oh, look at that. Might have to change that screen a little bit. Let me just sort that screen out. That's a bit better. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's carry on.
That's
Technically speaking.
That's right. It's all very subjective, though, and right. Those two words can have a lot of meanings.
Those two words can have a lot of meanings. These two words: horizontal, vertical. How many different meanings can everyone think for horizontal and vertical? I think
two meanings. Vertical has vertical meaning, and horizontal has horizontal meaning.
Yeah. They're perpendicular to each other, but that doesn't give them a different meaning, does it? Like vertical and horizontal are vertical and horizontal. I don't know of any other different meanings, unless you title a film. That I don't know. I think this is the bit I was hoping Emma's still.
And this is where these guys get totally confused. If I take a ladder outside.
Right. Okay, Emma, this one's for you, right? People get confused about the different meanings of vertical and horizontal, right? So we're going to get, we're going to give you an example of how you get confused, right? So Blue's going to give you an analogy, right? Let me give you an analogy. Here we go.
And this is where these guys get totally confused. If I take a ladder outside and I lay the thing down on the ground, except one end of it's one step, laying up on one step.
Right? Got that, Emma? You with us?
Yes, I've got that. Yes,
You've
I'm
got a
picturing it
ladder
right now.
laying
Yes.
down on the ground, except one end is one step up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How would you describe the position of that ladder?
How would you describe the position of that ladder?
I would say it's lying down on the step.
It's just
On the
one end
ground.
is one step up, but one step
Yeah.
of the ladder. Like how would you describe one step up of the ladder at one end of the ladder that's on the ground?
Well, it's just at an angle. It's just tilted a little bit. That's all. Right.
Right. Well, Blue asked the question, right? Obviously, no one's there to answer. So Blue's going to answer it for you. So here we go. This is Blue answering
How would
the
you
question.
describe the position of that ladder? If somebody said, is that ladder horizontal? You'd probably say, yeah.
So would you be led by that?
Why would anybody ask me whether the ladder, like, first of all,
Is
that's
it
just
horizontal?
weird. Is
Yeah,
it horizontal? No.
You'd probably say yeah, is what Blue said. Most people would probably say yeah. Because I think most people wouldn't give a shit. They'd be wondering, what the fuck are you doing? You've just slid a ladder down on the ground. You put like a
And now
bucket
you're
underneath it
asking
or
me-
something at one end. And you've
Yeah,
gone,
now
is
you're
that
asking me-
horizontal?
Yeah, it's a very weird thing to do, but yeah, no, I wouldn't say it's horizontal if you were to get technical.
But don't forget, right? People get confused about this, right? Like, he's quite right, because it's confusing as fuck why he's doing it in the first place, right? But it's an analogy. Blue's telling you how to get confused, right? Now, here we go, the next one. This is horizontal and vertical, obviously.
It's not perfectly horizontal, but, we use that term, horizontal.
It's not perfectly horizontal, because it's on a tilt, slant, slope. But we use it, he says.
If I lean the ladder up against the side of the house, is it vertical?
There you go. If he leans the ladder up against the side of the house, is it vertical?
No, it's leant up against the side of the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's vertical.
Okay, so now we know
Yeah.
why
People
they
get
have
confused.
tilting verticals and tilting horizontals, because this is what they use. He said that.
Yeah.
This is
it's
what
like-
we use.
People get confused about this, Emma. Can you believe that? People get confused about the
when
the
you're
new
asking
meanings of
stupid-
horizontal and vertical.
Yeah, no, I think if you went out and just asked an everyday person that question, they would look at you and say, what are you on about?
People would get confused, wouldn't they? He's right. People would get confused because
Well, yes,
It's
but
just
not for the
fucking-
reason he thinks.
Yeah.
Not for the reason he thinks, yes.
yeah, he thinks people are stupid, but I mean, that's not the reason people are getting confused. Blue, but I mean, hey, okay,
Absolutely.
It's certainly
He's
more
explaining
vertical
them.
than horizontal.
More vertical than horizontal, or more horizontal than vertical.
more
I've
horizontal
never
than
heard-
vertical. Like, I mean, come on.
Yeah, no. Just, no.
It's like
No,
a
Blue.
45-degree slope is where it's equally horizontal and vertical.
Okay. I
Can you
I
believe
honestly don't know
people
what
get
to say.
confused?
Yes. Yes, I can see they get very confused.
These guys, they never talk with each other, right? And obviously, they don't know what's going on in their own heads. So this is the first time meeting, and they're trying to be, they're trying to impress each other with their intellect. showing why people get confused, right? It's confuse a flirt sort of thing. He's showing off to everyone about how Blue's stories. I mean, I don't know where he tells these stories about ladders. I bet Gladys, his donkey's a bit bored to death of him talking about this sort of shit.
You know, so you get into the then you get into the pedantic part about these arguments we get into with these guys.
The pedantic part is you going, no, vertical is upright, Blue, and horizontal's like laid down on the floor with not a slope or a tilt. That's what he thinks is pedantic about this.
That's being pedantic, is it?
Being pedantic, going, yeah, it's not vertical. That. No, it's
Okay,
horizontal.
Blue. I'll remember that next time I try and build a wall.
Where we have a very particular meaning for vertical, we mean lined up with the gravity vector at that point. That's vertical to us. And
Another point.
That's vertical to us as well, isn't it? Just get a plumb bob out. There's your vertical. It's just there. It always is.
Okay, about walls. So next time, for example, if I ask someone if these walls are tilting, and I would get answer that no, they are not tilting. They are built very well. I should accuse them that they built wrongly because they should tilt.
Yeah, you should say, where's the vertical then?
Yeah, there is tilt. Why they are not diverging from each other? Because they should be vertical. In plants, they are vertical. So why they are not diverging?
I'd say leave the builders alone. Like, they live in reality. There's this group of people that just live in fantasy world.
I have to get this on the video though. Put in the chat. Church of the Latter-day Saints. I'm
Blue's
sorry,
ladder.
that genius.
I think
yes.
it is. It's like Jacob's ladder, Blue's ladder. It's like a paradox, an analogy. It's almost like the Plato's cave, isn't it? Blue's ladder.
Blue's ladder, yes.
You could cut that. You could cut Blue's ladder in his analogy.
Verticals are lines and not planes. That's another
And
key
this is the
thing.
one,
Whereas
yeah.
horizontals are planes and not lines.
that's true. That is true.
Right. This is in the song that I just played at the beginning.
This is
'cause
priceless.
This is classic, right?
Yeah.
This is going to get shit all over. This is flat earth math, right? Rumpus says that. Now, a little bit further down, flat earth math is literally going to wipe his arse with every one of these comments. And then say to Blue, should we just move on, Blue? This is like Rumpus's goodbye. So I thought you'd have to know this, because this is going to go down in history for the thing that says goodbye to Rumpus. So make sure he's all right if he's out there.
And the same thing is true.
So here we go. Just to listen to it again.
And
Another point, verticals are lines and not planes. That's another key thing. Whereas
Verticals are
horizontals
lines and
are
not
planes
planes.
and not lines.
And horizontals are planes and not lines. Right? So that's been laid down.
that's true.
And Blue says
That
it's
is
true.
true.
It's true.
And the same thing is true of horizontal. We define that as perpendicular to a vertical, which is a gravity vector.
Perpendicular.
Yeah.
And the other thing, I think half our problems occur because when you say the word horizontal, you then have to qualify it with where.
Yeah.
This line.
Where? Listen to Rumpus. He's right about this, right? It's their problems. Listen.
Yeah.
And the other thing, I think half our problems occur because
Half our problems occur. They're not our problems. I don't have a problem with this. Rumpus is letting you know, as is Charles, Flat Earth Math, making his list.
Yeah.
And the other thing, I think half our problems occur because when you say the word horizontal, you then have to qualify it with where.
Yeah.
This line that I'm talking about horizontal, it's horizontal for which point on the surface of the Earth, and then.
See, that's a big problem, that, isn't it? If you've got all horizontals being parallel, like they are in reality, then You don't have a problem. It's dead easy. Everybody knows how to do you measure elevation changes. But Rumpus has got a problem. He needs to know where. At which point the horizontal. It's Blue and his LIGO problem. Where do you place the tangent point? Effie Dogma's got 2. He has 2 tangent points. And I think Blue and Rumpus in the 5 laws. That's why it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough. The 5 laws of globe said that you can have multiple tangent points. It's really weird.
And you get all these problems that people get involved in these debates where I use the word horizontal, but you've got to say it's the horizontal for what?
You've got to. You've got to. Not we. We don't have to. Rumpus is laying down the law for dogmatic globe belief. You've got to state your what for the horizontal.
And if people did that, they would not get into half the problems they do with these
problems.
Well, we could say it's a line that lies in a plane which is tangent.
Yes.
At one point.
Can't be a line though, because Rumpus did just say earlier, didn't he? Can you remember that? It's not a line, right? It's just a plane. Horizontal is a plane, not a line. Is Blue Marble. It didn't take long. And listen to Rumpus. Listen to him go, no, Blue, I just said a bit earlier. Horizontal is a plane and not a line.
Well, we could say it's a line that lies in a plane which is tangent.
Yes.
At one point.
Yeah.
Did you hear him capitulate?
Yes, so he had to admit that his statement about planes was bullshit. Because he agreed with Blue Marble Science. And Blue Marble Science said that there are horizontal lines.
Within a plane.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
And part of the problem is that we get into this thing
where
you have a plumb bob, and then you say I've got another plumb bob, and we say, well, technically they are diverging, and they're like, are you?
Technically they're diverging. We say it's your problem there that you said to paper. If you got 2 plumb bobs, it causes confusion.
And we say, well, technically they are diverging, and they're like, are you saying you've got tilting plumb bobs? And it's like, all right, now it's practical versus
yeah, just say you've got tilting plumb bobs. Why not? I don't have any plumb bob tilted, but
technical.
Let me make sure I don't leave this out either. That line I'm talking about, lying in a tangent plane, has to run through the point of tangency.
The line, right? The line. He's doubling down on it in front of Rumpus. That bit that you did, Rumpus. That line he said we couldn't have. I'm going to tell you.
That is then our definition of a horizontal line.
That's another one. A definition of a horizontal line. Blue Marble, right? Rumpus has just said there's a plane and no lines, and now Blue's defined it. He's put the definition of it. How can you have a definition of something that doesn't exist, Rumpus? It's like people are just shitting all over everything you say, Rumpus, as though it means nothing. I mean, it is a load of bullshit, right? That's big and bold of Blue, that, isn't it?
Too many stupid things, he said. Rumpus, that is.
Yeah, that tilt thing is something you've got to watch out for. And that when you...
So he's selling them off the tilt thing. So Rumpus, after just having his horizontal line shit all over, he's having to go now at somebody else about tilt. He's having to go back at Blue.
You used the word tilt in your video that they were covering. I thought, oh God, you should have used the word divergent or angle between or something, because immediately see the word tilt, they imagine you're at the spot that it's tilting.
Can you remember who spotted the tilt thing? Remember who that was? Yeah, that's right. That was us. Blue did the videos. They've all looked over it. Jesse Kozlowski gave him it ages ago. It's only when we had a look at it and went, plumb tilt.
Yes, and when I asked the question that from what it is tilting, Blue Marble Science, ha ha ha, said that with calling me names, I think, that it tilts from each other. They
Yeah.
tilt from each other.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, hey. And so he's getting Rumpus, he's telling him off. He shouldn't have done
not
that.
the angle difference between two lines.
Well, it wasn't my slide, Rumpus. So
it wasn't your slide. Sorry. Okay, whoever did it then. Yes, you're right. Yes, it wasn't your slide. Sorry.
Oh, right. It wasn't Rumpus. It wasn't Blue's slide. Blue just put it up there, right? Showed everyone. He just put a big red box around it. Made everybody look at it. That's what Blue did. It's not his slide, though. And did you hear that? Blue.
well, it wasn't my slide, Rumpus. So
It wasn't my slide, Rumpus. He's not happy with Rumpus, is he?
It wasn't your slide. Sorry. Okay, whoever did it
Uh-oh.
then. Yes, you're
Grovel.
right. Yes, it wasn't your slide. Sorry. You shouldn't use the word tilt. You should use the word, or if you're going to do it, qualify it with tilt with reference to some other line.
yeah, I know what you're talking about. Where Jesse used or Larry.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether it was Larry. I think Jesse did it.
It was Jesse.
Where it was.
Yeah, no,
where
the tilt.
Jesse.
You call it plumb line
He's done a
tilt,
Jesse Kozlowski.
and
The
they went crazy over that. But what he
We didn't go crazy over it. We just pointed out it's fucking ridiculous to label a fucking column plumb line tilt and put an angle on it. It's mental. Plumb lines are tilted. They're not tilting, but I mean, plumb line tilted. It's fucking ridiculous. Rumpus is right. It's just a pity it's Jesse Kozlowski. I mean, I think it's one of Jesse Kozlowski's best wizard tricks. Yeah, have this. Plumb line tilt. I'm off. See you later. Have a good time.
was talking about, clearly what he's talking about is tilt with respect to each other. Yeah.
There you go. Tilt with respect to each other. Of course, because that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes, they are tilting. Yes.
Yes, they are tilting. Rumpus has just said, don't say tilt. It sounds fucking ridiculous. And Blue's
talking about is tilt with respect to each other. Yes, they are tilting.
Yes, they are tilting.
But I think divergent or something or
Think like he's trying to help you out, Blue. Rumpus, he's trying to help you out, but obviously this is Rumpus's time to go. He's getting ousted. He's not compliant. We need a tilting, plumb bobs. We just do.
Angle between is
You're
a
out,
better
Rumpus.
thing to
Much
avoid
better,
the idea that it's tilting in front of you at a point that oh look, I've got this tilt.
What they need is the equipotential angle of adjustment. We were working with George on his final work, differential leveling for the globe. And he with the equipotential angle of adjustment, obviously. Much better than tilting plumb bobs.
Tilting tree or something, you know, it's colloquially it has another meaning. Where I think it was not a good word to use in that table.
Angle between them.
So
Yeah, that would be.
I made an interesting distinction in B and C, in 7B and 7C, in that I think a very practical definition for a vertical would be oriented with plumb. So a vertical line, it's oriented with plumb.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, right? Blue Marbles always said that. I think everybody knows that, right? Plumb bobs in reality, vertical within mathematics. Same thing. Same thing. Realizing Euclid. One of the basis.
And then you can construct a horizontal perpendicular to that, and you'll always get a horizontal. So no matter what line you construct perpendicular to plumb, that line will be horizontal.
It actually defines a horizontal plane, by the way, and this is another tricky
horizontal
thing.
plane.
You should really use the word plane rather than line for horizontal.
Okay.
So he's pulled, even though, right, so Blue Marble shit all over his line, a horizontal line. He even defined it, the horizontal line. Now Charles, Flat Earth Math, has said it. Rumpus is having a go at him. Like a persona non grata. You're not allowed to say that. Blue is. Blue can say it, but don't think you can say it, Charles. Rumpus is going to pull you up on it.
Finds a horizontal
He's
plane,
gonna
by
get
the
you
way,
back there
and
later.
this is another tricky thing. You should really use the word plane rather than line for horizontal.
Okay. So you're missing my point, Rumpus.
Go ahead, sorry.
So letter B, where you start off with a vertical line, any line constructed perpendicular to that will be horizontal. But you can't do the reverse. If you construct a horizontal line, or if you have a horizontal line that you know is horizontal, you can construct an infinite number of lines perpendicular to that are not vertical.
Correct.
And so I would say, start with plumb, start with vertical, and then go from there. But interestingly, the reverse is true with planes. If you start with a horizontal plane, you can construct any plane you construct perpendicular to that horizontal plane will be vertical at that point of
vertical plane. Rumpus just said you can't have vertical planes. Oh dear. See, like every time Rumpus says something, he has a challenger. First it Blue took away his horizontal line. Now,
I would say you've got to define the point. If you said any plane that's perpendicular to a horizontal plane is vertical, it's not.
Let him finish.
Okay.
Where it's horizontal, right? I didn't say a million miles.
Did you hear Blue come in then? Sticking up for Charles.
Away, but where it's horizontal. And then, but the reverse is not true. You can have, in fact, Bev was yelling at me a couple days ago when he was.
I wasn't yelling at him. Trying to get him to stop lying, or like see sense. It was a bit hard.
Trying to walk me through this, but he started.
Yeah, I know
with
he got that
vertical
completely
plane.
wrong. I mean, he spent 15 minutes shouting at you when he got it completely and utterly wrong. I mean, he was an absolute moron in that discussion. I had great sympathy for you there. Actually, you were trying desperately to get more than 4 words out. I know I'm interrupting you now, and
that's what he's trying to do now.
You're Rumpus.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but you were. I really had sympathy for you there.
Yes. So,
but
I mean,
but let me just go back to the story. I've got a bit of controversy.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. So,
but
I mean,
let me just go back to the story. I've got a bit of a controversial point here.
Rumpus, will you please stop?
Okay. Well, it's just I thought you made an error in your.
Did you hear that? Look at that. That's him raising his voice. You want to hear that? You want to hear what he sounds like?
Yes. So,
but
I mean,
let me just go back to the story. I've got a bit of a controversial point here.
Rumpus, will you please stop?
Okay. Well, it's just I thought you made an error in your earlier statement.
Oh my goodness, great. All right, I'll wait until you're done.
Well, I just thought you said that any perpendicular plane to a horizontal plane is vertical. Did you not say that?
Been sent to Coventry.
Okay.
That was a
done?
question.
Yeah, but
okay.
He was taking a breather there. He's like a zen, I bet. He was like, take a few deep breaths, Charles.
Okay, forget it.
At the point where it is defined as being horizontal, yes, you can construct an infinite number of vertical planes. But the reverse is not true. If you start with a vertical plane,
an infinite number of vertical planes. You could almost hear him chuckling when he said that. Listen.
Yes, you can construct an infinite number of vertical planes. But the reverse is not true. If you start...
Rumpus says you can't have any, and he's just had an infinite number. An infinite number of them.
with a vertical plane. And I knew what Bev was going for when he said, so make a plane perpendicular to that, and that's a horizontal. And I said, not necessarily, because you can construct an infinite number of non-horizontal planes from your vertical plane. I think that's an interesting facet, depending on whether you're talking about a vertical line in 7B or starting with a horizontal plane in 7C. But this confusion leads to a lot of trouble, because sometimes they'll just say a horizontal, and it's important whether you are talking about a horizontal line or a horizontal plane, because you can define verticals from a horizontal plane, but you need to define horizontals from a vertical line, and that's an important distinction, which of course a lot of flat Earth folks or folks who don't believe in the globe, they miss that distinction.
I would argue that the concept of a vertical plane is not a good one, because if you
Right. This is quite important. Rumpus would argue that the concept of a vertical plane is not a good one. In a debate, I think that's what he means. Or is he just showing how he could argue about anything?
Or folks who don't believe in the globe, they miss that distinction.
I would argue that the concept of a vertical plane is not a good one, because if you decide on a plane that you're going to call
In that, I'll have that.
If you decide on a plane that you're going to call vertical, we know what you mean, it passes through the center of the Earth. Not all the lines in that plane are vertical. So I think avoiding the vertical plane only really makes any difference if you're actually saying, I want to cut a vertical, I want to split something, cut something vertically, but you're referring to an object that's existing in the Earth. If you want to say, I want to put a vertical plane through the Earth, that's not really a very useful thing to do, because the lines inside it are not necessarily vertical.
The lines in any plane aren't necessarily one or the other, right? A vertical plane can have a lot of horizontal lines in it, sloping lines. They don't have to be all horizontal or vertical. Or would that be for horizontal? Different for vertical, isn't it? Think about it. But they have problems. I don't have problems.
And verticals really are just lines in the context of Earth.
I think you're wrong there, Rumpus, because when talking about the
think you're wrong there, Rumpus.
Reciprocal zenith angles, that entire diagram takes place in a vertical plane. So the concept of a vertical
that's
plane,
not really
I think,
useful, though, is it? Because
you just interrupted me.
Whoa, just interrupted him. But he's right. Right? If you want to be doing reciprocal angles, then an angle lies within a plane. It has to lie. If you're doing a vertical angle, it has to lie within a vertical plane, doesn't it?
Go ahead. Sorry.
The concept of a vertical plane is very, very useful, because we're drawing diagrams where presumably this plane intersects somewhere very near the center of the Earth. But that's how we can have a circle, or something nearly a circle, represent the cross section of the Earth. But the entire
See, he's calling that circle a vertical plane. So he just thinks of vertical planes differently.
the entire diagram is we're just going to call it a vertical plane, and therefore we can use planar Euclidean geometry to show that the reciprocal zenith angles add up to more than 180. Therefore, the two zeniths are.
Is he meant to be saying that? Are you sure? That's what he thinks is going on. Everybody listen to this. Make note. I'm not going to make any comments about it, but just note what he's saying.
to show that the reciprocal zenith angles add up to more than 180. Therefore, the two. But that's how we can have a circle or something nearly a circle represent the cross section of the Earth. But the entire diagram is we're just going to call it a vertical plane, and therefore we can use planar Euclidean geometry to show that the reciprocal zenith angles add up to more than 180. Therefore, the two zeniths are not parallel.
I would say it is a plane. I think the use of the word vertical plane gets you into all sorts of trouble, as I say. Whereas all the lines in a horizontal plane are horizontal, but the sort of plane you're talking about, not all the lines in that plane are vertical.
Right.
They're going to be perpendicular, though, aren't they? This is why it gets difficult for these guys to actually draw what they're talking about, because he's just said it's a Euclidean. Within a Euclidean plane, he's going to use the Euclidean plane to be able to do this.
But a vertical plane isn't defined that way. The plane itself is vertical, which means if you were to draw a line orthogonal to the vertical plane, and then measure the angle to that orthogonal, then you would see that one is horizontal, and then the plane itself is vertical.
Did you get that? I bet nobody actually did, but if you did, this is definitely the place for you. I'll let you listen to it again, because this is Charles letting you know what's going on in his head.
But a vertical plane isn't defined that way. The plane itself is vertical, which means if you were to draw a line orthogonal to the vertical plane, and then measure the angle to that orthogonal, then you would see that one is horizontal, and then the plane itself is vertical.
Oh boy.
Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
He said it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Perpendicular, right?
Way to go, Charles.
You'd see, if you were to measure that angle, you'd find out it was 90 degrees to the entire plane.
So, Blue, you want to move on?
Yeah, let's. We done with 7?
So 7D is important.
So he's just
that
shit on
Rumpus
Rumpus
up there, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Just shit all over Rumpus's stuff, and then go straight to Blue. So Blue. Listen to the way he finishes. This is so good.
If you were to draw a line orthogonal to the vertical plane, and then measure the...
That's a horizontal line. So Rumpus at the beginning of this stated, you can only have a vertical line and a horizontal plane. What Charles is doing here is making a vertical plane, and then he's drawing a horizontal line on it. The exact opposite of what Rumpus stated at the beginning. So listen to it again, and then listen to the finish, how he ends this.
Which means, if you were to draw a line orthogonal to the vertical plane, and then measure the angle to that orthogonal, then you would see that one is horizontal, and then the plane itself is vertical.
Horizontal line, vertical plane.
Anyway, so Blue, you want to move on?
Yeah, let's. We done with 7?
So 7.
And then straight into hey Blue, let's move on. We've just shit all over Rumpus's shit.
That's a no-no, Charles.
Yeah. No, Rumpus, that's it. That's Rumpus gone. That little thing there, that was Rumpus, you done. Right? Blue doesn't need you as a co-host. You've got the main man here.
Right. Rumpus is going to go ballistic.
Well, we were just wondering if anyone's seen him. It's gone a bit quiet since this. I hope he's okay.
7D is important because, oftentimes Bev is talking about, you're denying perpendicularity of horizontal and vertical, and I say nothing of the sort. But horizontal and vertical, are not defined to geometry. Perpendicularity is. So you could start with perpendicularity, and you can do all sorts of Euclidean diagrams with perpendicular lines. But when you get into the real world and you start talking about horizontal and vertical, you're restricted by the what's aligned with plumb.
The perpendicular, the straight lines, verticals align with that, and horizontals horizontal. Like, but I don't get what they're talking about. Perpendicularity. Nobody's confined to anything. Don't think he's seen architectural drawings or anything like that at all. I don't think he even knows what they are. He does know what orthogonal is. So he should be pretending to at least have some sort of an understanding of the Cartesian coordinate plane.
And vertical does not extend. It is not parallel when you go a distance.
Vertical does not extend.
Yeah, that's all I want.
Did he just change it?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Listen to it again.
But when you get into the real world and you start talking about horizontal and vertical, you're restricted.
Is anybody restricted to horizontal and vertical or anything? Like, do they feel confined whenever they're talking about horizontal and vertical? I mean, I'm not too sure. I'm all right with it. Fine, as I say, I don't have any problem. Well,
by the what's aligned with plumb, and vertical does not extend.
What's he mean? Vertical does not extend. I suppose it's a bit hard to extend the string of your plumb bob, isn't it? I mean, it doesn't. It's not like that, is it? It's not like a telescopic plumb bob. You can't just get a longer string on your plumb bob, can you? So I don't know what I don't know what it
is. Not parallel when you go a distance. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say about 7D.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I said the other day over in Geos, and Bev picked up on that too. I think that just saying, can you have a vertical plane, sort of doesn't make sense. You need to say some more things.
Do you like that? Just saying.
That just saying, can you have a vertical plane, sort of doesn't make sense. You need to say some more things.
Sort of doesn't make sense.
I think he's referring to the convo he had with me on that.
I did post a picture, right, of the horizontal, vertical planes and stuff. So yeah, I don't. You've got to remember, he's an age, isn't he? He's getting on a bit. So yeah, it's easy for him to get all mixed up and confused about who he's talking to and whatnot. I've not been over at Geo's to have a chat with him, so it must be you, really, if he's had a chat with anyone. But you never know what voices he's hearing in his head, do you? You never know.
Okay. Yeah. But they jumped on that.
Yeah, they jumped. They jumped on that, but there was something in the something about the way the question was asked, and really, you got to be very careful with that.
Got to be very careful. Who has? Who's got to be careful about vertical and horizontal being perpendicular? Not us. Like, there's a guy with problems. The guys with problems are the ones that have got to be careful. Just make sure you don't have any problems.
Somebody asks loaded questions and stuff.
The guys I work with, they extend a vertical plane, and I mean, I'd say they're very careful with it to be exact. So
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah.
Would they have any problems with it?
No.
They feel confined or constricted at all?
I mean, I don't think so. I've never seen them look like, they're like, all right, what are we going to do now?
Oh, we found a problem.
Where do we go from here?
We've lost
we've
the
hung this
horizontal
plumb
point.
We can no longer go straight.
We've hung this plumb mob like thousands of times. And like, what were we doing? I don't know.
This one is off by a couple of degrees. What's going on?
I don't think they were confined. I mean, they were confined in the space, if you want to look at it that way. But I don't know.
Right.
A vertical plane, to me, you need to be specific and talk about it must pass through the center of the sphere.
It must pass through the center of the sphere. In his mind, right? Because you're a long way from this center, right? It doesn't actually, it's more like a monad, right? It's not really, it's a thought center, really. I think that's what he's talking about. Not an actual center, it's like a mind center. He gives him a chance to center his mind on this point somewhere. Focus. That vertical plane.
It has to, and it will then cut, essentially, a great circle. So any great circle.
A great circle? Because he's been doing this thing with his mate Beddy about straight lines being circles. Well, a great circle, I think. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think a great circle is a straight line.
Oh, don't say that.
I think so. I mean, I've heard a few people say that great circles are straight lines.
I don't know. Bob might have a couple of words with you on that one.
Does sound contradictory, it being called a circle, but also a straight line. But hey, contradictions prove the dogmatic globe.
Yeah.
Right. Any great circle would define a vertical plane.
A vertical plane, yeah.
Uh-oh. See, now, technically there is no center where you're looking when you have a great circle. If you're going by the rules of the spherical gods, the moment you think you've got there, right, the monad disappears. You can't find it. There is no center. So that's why it gets a little bit tricky. The center only exists in Euclidean, but then you're talking about a Euclidean sphere, and you can't be doing that because obviously that's Euclidean. Like Charles Flat Earth Math was saying on the Euclidean vertical planes. Everything measured Euclidean. It's hard. It gets really difficult when you try and mesh two geometries together. Like one, the geometry of reality that everybody knows, and the other one, a fictional one. Imaginometry.
I have a question. Why a great circle is straight while small circle is not straight? Both of them have 360 degrees. So why one of them is because you can draw even greater than great circle. So that would be more than straight. I don't know. This is test.
You know, when Blue was saying about a square can have 3, 4, or 5 sides. That's where he was doing it, that sort of geometry in that space on the great circles, using the straight lines. So it's great because you can keep adding different sides to shapes on a great circle, since it's a straight line, and you can make whatever shape you want, really, just by adding angles to it. That's why it's great.
Or great one. Okay.
Yeah, but the problem is, as soon as you do that, you lose the monad. It's gone, right? It's gone into a nothing, the true nothing. I think that's why they're in. They have anger issues, right? Because they get so close to it, and then it just disappears. It vanishes. The monad.
In that sense,
Must be
but
tough.
you can have all kinds of vectors in that plane that are not vertical.
Yeah. That's why I don't think it's terribly useful, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I don't even like talking about vertical planes for that reason.
Agreed.
Doesn't even like talking about vertical planes for that reason. You know, like whiteboards and walls, windows, and stuff like that. It doesn't like it's, you know, he's like, oh, I can't even contemplate talking about that.
Especially when somebody does an orthogonal line. Well, that was great, Charles. That was spectacular. I hope people caught that one.
Let's do this again. He doesn't say he's scared of them. He just doesn't like talking about them.
Yeah. That's why I don't think it's terribly useful, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I don't even like talking about vertical planes for that reason.
Agreed. Exactly. That's the point that I'm making. It's not a.
It's too problematic. Vertical planes are just too problematic, so it's just easier if we just don't talk about them.
We were describing earlier about all the reciprocal zenith measurement being in a plane, but it is in a plane. I think if you start talking about vertical planes, you get yourself into a lot of trouble. Anyway,
get yourself into a lot of trouble. Right, so if anybody out there is listening to this, right, get them talking about vertical planes. Do it. Do it. Because
And draw
it
some
seems
lines
like they
on them.
can get into some problems with vertical
I would draw
planes.
some lines on them, orthogonal lines, right on that plane. Like Charles said.
So apparently my children...
Eric's asked a good question there in the chat. Can you have a vertical great circle? I think this would go. This would go to show, you know, whether it is actually Euclidean or not.
I think Blue could pull that off.
I might have to get that one, Eric.
A
Can you
vertical?
have a vertical great circle?
That's good.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric. Keep a hold of that one, everyone, please.
Are screaming next door.
Sound like they're having fun.
All right, so Rumpus, I'm going to need you to bite your tongue on this next one.
Oh, listen to that. Rumpus, shut the fuck up. Do an Arwin, Rumpus.
Okay.
All right. And we have a...
Did you hear that?
Okay.
Listen to timid little Rumpus. He's been put in his place.
Sound like they're having fun.
All right, so Rumpus, I'm going to need you to bite your tongue on this next one.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't even hear him the first time. It was so low.
Yeah. Okay. Rumpus is gone, isn't he? So make sure he's all right. If anyone knows where he is, let's let him out.
Right.
Timid.
And we have a super chat
Laughing
from
now.
Judy Bassett, or I think, is that €8?
Yeah.
Can Charles please be allowed to give his presentation? Thank you, Judy. That's
Sorry,
very
I
kind
don't
of
mean
you.
to disrupt you. Sorry, Charles. If I am disrupting, I apologise. I don't mean to do that.
Right, because I mean, yeah, the thing is, Rumpus, you know, there's a time and a place. You know, if you want to argue.
Uh-oh. Look at this. There's
Don't
a
be
time and a
pendant.
place, Rumpus. This isn't the time. And it's definitely not the place because you were promised that he wasn't meant to be there.
Yeah.
You know, the splitting hairs semantics.
It was more than splitting hairs been going on
here
here,
we
my friend
go.
Charles.
Look.
Oh my goodness gracious, Rumpus.
Oh my goodness
out the
gracious,
leaves.
Rumpus. Look at that. That's a good one. We're having that.
Oh my goodness gracious, Rumpus.
Oh my goodness gracious, Rumpus. He did say he wasn't going to be doing any of that.
Anyway, you carry on. Which one am I supposed to be
You
splitting?
keep telling me to carry
is it
on.
8 or 9? Is it 8
followed
or
by
9 I'm supposed to be
more
holding my tongue?
interruption.
Is it 8 or 9? Is it 8 or 9 I'm supposed to be shutting up about?
Here's
Yeah,
an
well, it's
Do us a favour. Mute yourself.
Ooh, did you hear that? Even getting ordered around from the farmer's boy.
That was him in the background, huh? Yeah.
Listen.
Is it 8 or 9? Is it 8 or 9 I'm supposed to be shutting up about?
Here's
Yeah,
an
well, it's
Do us a favour. Mute yourself.
Rumpus, mate, do us a favour. Mute yourself. When farmer's
No way,
boy
Rumpus.
starts turning on Rumpus, you know there's a big order gone out, right? Rumpus, you're out, mate. You're out.
Not the peanut gallery man ordering Rumpus. Oh boy.
Yeah, like how low is that? He's even
Wow.
got farmer's boy telling Rumpus to shut up.
That's like the private ordering the captain around.
Well, obviously it's changed. Rumpus has been... It's been ordered to scrub
demoted.
everyone's boots, yeah. It's because he didn't do it. I think it's because, you know, the rec test was a load of shit. Lying. He's
got
been caught
demoted.
lying, yeah. Internal, right? An internal memo's gone out that Rumpus isn't going to do it. It's just bullshit. And he's bullshitted them for months, years. And they've caught him, I think. If he knows any differently, let us know, Rumpus. If you want to come and let us know your side, if we're getting things wrong, let us know.
Thanks, Thomas.
See, they're laughing at him. That, look.
It's
Do us a favour. Mute yourself.
Thanks, Thomas.
No, I mean that because you can't help yourself.
All right, so number 8.
Oh, look at that. That entire bit. I'll lift that one up there. Listen.
Do us a favour. Mute yourself.
Thanks, Thomas.
No, I mean that because you can't help yourself.
Thanks, farmers.
Listen to Blue, though, right? You know
Giggling.
that Blue's this sort of a character, right? Blue gets pleasure from other people being nasty to people. And listen to him. You can hear him. He gets enjoyment out of hearing Farmer's Boy say this to
Do
Rumpus.
us a favour. Mute yourself.
Thanks, Thomas.
No, I mean
It's a
that
real
because you
laugh.
can't help yourself.
That's... Make sure Rumpus is all right, if anybody knows where he is.
All right, so number 8. And notice that it's like straight line is in quotes. It is not a technical term, period.
Straight line. This is the bit that you should be listening to, because if you want to talk to a group of people now, when you're going to get down to it, the straight line is the most fundamental thing that you could ever get, and that goes for mathematics too. The straight line can be classed as the unit 1 within mathematics and geometry, because it relates to the unit circle. Now, Charles, Flat Earth Math, is going to play a little sophistry game with a straight line. So listen to this. I think this is quite important.
All right, so number 8.
If he wants to come in,
And
he can.
notice that it's like straight line is in quotes.
Straight
it is
line's in
not a
quotes.
technical term.
Actually talking
period.
about straight
It's
lines.
just people talking about things. So, we could say the old Bedford Level Canal traces a straight line, quote unquote.
It is straight. I've been there. Straight. Straight. It was 6 miles. You can see one bridge from the other. We've been there. We've done it. We can see it. That's straight. That's what straight is.
And we don't mean, the technical collinear Euclidean straight line.
Collinear. It's just a straight line,
we,
right?
But he said we.
Well,
Only them.
When they're talking about it, they're not talking about what everyone else would talk about as straight line.
Yeah, they are talking about different straight line, not that.
Yeah. The straight line that these guys are going to be sophisticatedly talking about something different whilst using straight line. So, yeah, I mean, he's laying it out for you.
We simply mean it is following a geodesic. It's following a great circle path.
Great circle, which is straight.
So
straight lines are straight.
Great circle, but it is going along a great circle, so it cannot be straight.
No, well, it is straight. It's just that in their understanding, they want to call it something different, right? Don't forget, he's put it in inverted commas because he wants to imagine it's different. He still wants to use straight, but he wants to imagine it differently somehow. But he still wants to think of it as straight, as he'll tell you. So,
and so one of the problems with trying to talk with people who don't know the Earth as a globe is that
people who don't know that the Earth is a globe. You know what he's talking about there? 99.99999%.
I am not in that kind of people because I know that Earth is not a globe. This is not that I don't know that Earth is a globe. I know that it isn't. So I have some knowledge. Sorry.
Gnostic.
Yeah, let's say. Okay.
Straight line has exactly one definition in their mind, and that is the Euclidean straight line where all the points are collinear.
Yeah, it's a straight line, right? Like, because he's talking here, right? See what he does, the way he does it. You've got to break things down. But listen to what he says.
So one of the problems with trying to talk with people who don't know the Earth as a globe.
Right, one of the problems with talking to people who don't know that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's not me. So.
Well, no, but let's just say, whether it's you or not, right? This is flat Earth math laying down a scenario with the problems that he has talking with people that don't know it's a globe, right? Now, what are the problems that these people have that don't know it's a globe?
Is that, straight line has exactly one definition in their mind, and that is the Euclidean straight line where all the points are collinear.
Right, so the problem is that these people that don't know it's a globe have a definition for a straight line that is a straight line, right?
Yes, Euclidean definition.
Yeah, so you've just
or
got one
Platonian.
definition though, right? You don't have another definition. But that's a problem to Charles. The fact that that you don't know it's a globe, because presumably if you do know it's a globe, then you can take on this other meaning of straight, which isn't a Euclidean understanding of what straight is. So in order for you to take this other meaning of straight on, you must be part of the group of people that know it's a globe, right? I don't know it's a globe. I know the real world, the real globe that I'm on, right? But I'd still only have one definition of straight. I know what straight is. I don't have another definition of straight and another meaning of straight. So I guess you'd have to put me in that group of people that, with him, that I don't know what a globe is, right? Because nobody's given me this other meaning of straight.
Okay, I would put another word because globe is ambiguous. So sphere. I know that the Earth is not a sphere. Okay.
Well, but in this sense, it's a non-Euclidean sphere, isn't it? The one that they're conceptualizing isn't a Euclidean sphere. So it's hard to say that it's not a Euclidean sphere, but they're not saying it's a Euclidean sphere, are they?
Maybe.
They get a bit stuck because they don't know. I'm just trying to bridge a gap somewhere, right, in what they're thinking.
But they should explain themselves for that case what they mean if they say sphere. The burden of explaining
He's
is
not
not on
said
me.
sphere, though, has he? He's just globe. Like, the problem with people that don't know it's a globe is that they only have one definition of straight. So does that mean that they need to be educated on this other definition of straight first for them to be able to take on the globe? Or does knowing the globe come along with you being handed this other definition of straight?
I can dismiss that at hand because other definition of straight they provide is not straight. So it is contradiction. So it means that...
But don't contradictions prove the dogmatic globe? Like, aren't we in that area where you can prove the dogmatic globe, but still, that doesn't help you find a new definition for straight. It just lets you know that the model's obviously dogmatic, right?
Yes, but still, what I know from their words is that their definition of straight is contradictory to Euclidean definition of straight.
Yeah. It's almost as if this globe is not Euclidean, right? It exists outside this realm of what everybody knows as 3D space, Euclidean space, where squares are squares and triangles are triangles, circles are circles.
But there is implication of that. If they say that their straight is straight, it means that Euclidean is not straight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it
This
gets
is
a bit
just
tricky
simple
for them,
implication.
doesn't it? Yeah. I don't think they control the straight, right? It's not something that you can say you don't understand what straight is, because we do, and our straight's different than your straight.
Could it be like the Twilight Zone?
I think so.
We control the vertical.
Yeah.
We control the horizontal. Yeah.
Yeah, they were right. Like, they have to.
Yep.
But I definitely wouldn't put it in the hands of people like Flat Earth Math, Blue Marble Science, and Rumpus, Harry Scott. Try and get your own understanding of what straight is. Euclid, realizing Euclid should help you out with that. We've got a few tests.
But in the informal sense of just describing what is happening on the surface of a sphere, we informally say straight line. I mean, we should technically maybe say geodesic every single time, but...
See, there he goes. He brings a sphere in there. So he did say, he swapped it to... He started off talking about straight, but then he started talking about on a sphere. So everyone knows he's not straight.
Yeah, and he's saying that this is informal. So what he's talking about.
So technically he should call it something different other than straight. But he likes to just confuse people. Basically lie to people, really. Although he'd say he's trying to justify a lie. I think.
I like the definition, the informal definition of a straight line as being the shortest path between 2 points, because that works both Euclidean and it works in spherical geometry. The shortest path between 2 points has utility, because I think everyone understands that.
Everyone understands the shortest distance between 2 points, and even if you say the shortest path, that would mean the same thing.
Yes, but still, this is not Euclidean definition. So he is just he's saying nonsense because
he's trying to say that they're the same thing, but they're not the same thing. So how you can equivocate things that they are the same thing, right? It's just a straight line, but he imagines it differently. And that's, I think, where the problem comes in.
Yes, but still he is misquoting Euclid, because Euclid says that this is which lies evenly between extremities. He's not saying that this is shortest path. This is not Euclid's definition. Of course, you can use that definition, but he's saying that this is Euclid definition, which is not.
But people say straight line, and then they immediately go to Euclidean collinear, and that just causes a lot of.
See, straight line. Using the term straight line, people think about straight lines. Quite rightly so, but not confusingly. I think these guys should just be a bit more honest. Stop trying to use the words. Just come out and say what you have to say. Guys, be honest with yourselves and each other.
It just causes a lot of problems where, we say it with one meaning and then they interpret it with another meaning. And that was my...
That's straight he's talking about.
I don't interpret this in. I just say that straight means what Euclid says.
Yeah, straight.
That's straight. Yeah.
Yeah, if somebody's saying straight, I assume, well, in reality, I like to try and understand what I'm talking about, right? But you assume always that people are talking about straight when they say straight. You'd never imagine that they're talking about circles when they say straight, because that would be a blatant lie. And why would you ever assume somebody's talking about a circle whenever they say straight? So I'm going to continue to clarify, just to make sure that if I'm talking to somebody and I think they may mean circle when they say straight, I'm going to ask them, if they say straight, do they mean straight? Or do they not mean straight? Do they mean they're not that straight? So, yeah, this is what you've got to look forward to. I call this sophistry or blatant deceit. Setting it up, though, for everybody else.
Point.
To let everybody
but
know.
It is an informal term.
Big silence.
You
have any thoughts on that, Blue?
Yeah, I'm in line with you on that too. I mean, it just from a standpoint of having a casual discussion with someone, I don't see the problem with talking about an arc segment, a segment of a great circle, as being a straight line.
See, doesn't have a problem with it. Blue, can you remember? I think you went over this with. Betty was trying to say nobody said that straight lines was circles, but I think you just definitely said that there. Listen to it.
An arc segment, a segment of a great circle, is being a straight line.
Yeah, segment of a great circle being a straight line, Blue. So don't be telling me that I'm being dishonest and I'm a liar for saying that none of you have ever said that. You've just said it there. I mean, take it out of context, call it whatever you want, but you've literally just said that you don't have a problem with calling a segment of an arc a straight line. Put it again, just so everyone can hear. This one's for you, Blue, because I know you've been in the chat calling us liars, saying that nobody ever says that. You can listen as well, Betty. Make sure you do.
An arc segment, a segment of a great circle, is being a straight line.
There you go. In fact, I'm going to just cut that out because we'll put it in this video for you. Just so you know, you can always look back on it, Blue.
It is, in fact, the shortest distance, as you point out, between any 2 points on a sphere.
Shortest path.
No, it is not. It is not shortest distance. No. And Charles had to correct him because, but still it doesn't change anything because shortest distance between 2 points, even if they are on the sphere, on the surface of the sphere, these points, still the distance between them remains the same.
Shortest distance. Straight
Yeah.
line. That's why it is spherical geometry like that. It's on a 2-dimensional plane. You just imagine it curved. But they are actually straight. It's 2D. Of course it's straight. You just do your thinking the other way around. You start off with the actual straight, and then you curve it in your mind later on. I honestly thought that's what everybody did. Because reality is like Euclidean, right? I'm pretty sure that that's what they actually do. That's why they're so stuck with it when you start talking about it, because they realize they have to go to Euclidean principles whenever they measure anything. So, of course, you've got to just mentally put it on the ball.
They are just adding the surface afterward. Because you just have 2 points in space, and they are adding, for some reason, some surface to that.
But they're just imagining it, aren't they? Yeah, I think, right?
Yeah.
It's just a complete fabrication of whatever.
Shortest path. Yeah, because they're going to...
He's going to call it a shortest path, but just saying the shortest distance and calling it a shortest path, it doesn't make it any different.
Absolutely. Shortest path would be the same straight line between these 2 points. Even if someone is adding curve for some reason, it doesn't change this straight line into something else. It is still a straight line, this distance or path, whatever.
If Charles wants to talk about any of this stuff, please, get him to come in. I don't know what you're talking in the chat for. Nobody's seeing it. Nobody's listening to it. It's wasted. We're talking about the things, the points that Charles is going over. So to accommodate him in the chat that nobody's even looking at, whilst we're talking about this stuff where he could be, going over the stuff that he is actually talking about.
I say short. He just said shortest distance.
Well, short, yeah, and it's not a chord line. Goddamn it. Okay,
right.
It is the shortest surface path you could take.
Right, surface path.
Okay.
Yeah, but in spherical geometry, you're only allowed to move along the surface, so therefore it is a straight line.
Was he meant like? Didn't we just tell you to shut up, Rumpus?
Yeah.
In spherical geometry, you're only allowed to move along the surface, so therefore it is a straight line.
And I consider it, when I say straight line, yes, context driven. We're dealing with a sphere. A straight line on a sphere is restricted to the sphere, and I call it straight because there's no angle points, there's no bends, there's no turns. So
there's no angle points. There's no angle points. What? What's an angle point?
He also said it's a context driven, like
Yeah.
depending on what you're. Yeah.
That's Larry Scott, the guy that told my son triangles have more than 180 degrees.
Oh, that's gonna go down in history. That interview with your then, how old was he? 15 years old.
Yeah.
That was funny. Wait till he grows up and he hears that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you're flying along on a portion of great circle and you make a left-hand turn and keep going, well, obviously the endpoints, you didn't fly a great circle, you flew 2 great circle, and the path was not straight because you made a turn.
Didn't he say on the surface and then get in a flying thing? Like, are these the people that you want to be letting talk? Listen to him again, right? I mean, I know they're on getting on a bit, right? You may be thinking that, but this is Larry Scott, the guy that the last shadow giant surveyor. All the rest have done Jesse Kozlowski's, and this is the only guy left. Listen.
And I consider it, when I say straight line, yes, context driven, we're dealing with a sphere. A straight line on a sphere is restricted to the sphere.
On a sphere.
I call it straight because there's no angle points. There's no bends. There's no turns. So if you're flying along on a portion of great...
If you're flying along on the surface.
Flying on the surface, okay.
It's like Mr. Snowman or something. Like, what's he talking about? It's not right.
Great circle,
it's not right.
And you make a left-hand turn and keep going. Well, obviously the endpoints, you didn't fly a great circle, you flew 2 great circle, and the path was not straight because you made a turn.
Oh, you were on the surface. Wait, well, what's he talking about?
He's flying on the surface.
He's flying on the surface, making 2 great circles after doing a turn in an aeroplane in the air. Not so sure he's okay, you know.
I've never heard about flying on the surface. So
No, it is a bit strange.
Yeah,
I was going to say.
Well, I was going to say it's sort of important distinction that you can have a gently curving line that is not a geodesic. It's like, for example, lines of latitude other than the equator. Lines of latitude are gently curving, but they're not great circle routes. So it's
that's why I avoid I avoid saying loxodrome, orthodrome, and rum line because.
But you did just get in a plane, Larry, to express the surface. I'm not so sure you're the best person to keep talking, Larry.
They don't like those at all. But yes, there is that distinction of an arc that is not a great circle.
Right.
Yeah, line of latitude is not a straight line in spherical geometry, whereas a great circle is a straight line in spherical geometry.
Great circle is a straight line. Did you hear that again? Blue, you were there. Betty, I hope you heard it. I don't know whether you were still there or whether you've left, but
they made another funny distinction. There are curves that curve gently, and maybe there are some that curve ungently. I don't know.
On the surface of a sphere, constantly curving surface. Some of them that are straight lines and some of them that aren't straight lines.
Some of them are gentle.
More curving.
Good behavior. Some, gentlemen. Yeah.
I mean, think about it, right? You've got a sphere. Are any of the lines any different with their curves? Is there a line you can place somewhere on a sphere that would make a differently curving line?
Not really.
No, so if one of them's straight, all of them would be straight, wouldn't they? Like,
yes.
Just directional. Like, it can't be directional that makes them straight.
No, because if we are on the sphere, so direction doesn't matter.
No, so why are they saying that some lines are straight and some aren't, when they'd all be the same on the same surface of the sphere that's curving equally in every direction from every point?
Yeah,
Constantly curving surface.
That's why I was asking this question about great circle. Why only great circle is straight? Why small circles are not straight?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's contradictory, right? Dogmatic globe proof right there. Something that doesn't make sense, you can guarantee dogmatic globe model. No other reason for it to be like that. Doesn't make any sense. Therefore, dogmatic globe model. These guys keep saying it. Like, you're trying to work out what they're saying. Okay. See where we get to.
Equators both.
But what's frustrating for me, like specifically what Bev was talking about in his show yesterday, because he kept using the word gaslighting. And when I was talking, I guess it was with paper, it was several days ago, maybe a week ago, and I was talking about the distinction between straight line in Euclidean and straight line in spherical. Is I think I said the phrase, the word straight line has a slightly different meaning in spherical geometry, and then that proceeds.
There you go. A slightly different meaning of straight.
This slightly is completely meaningless.
Yeah.
So law of identity is very strict. It is or it is not. It cannot be slightly not. Slightly not does not make it to be straight. So slightly different means not straight. Simple for me.
Yeah.
Normal 0-1 logic.
But he's saying he follows it up from the gaslighting. That's what's annoying about it, right? He's saying, like, I say to him, you can't just go round saying that straight isn't straight. There's something different. That's gaslighting people. And believe me, there are people that will take this up because he says that. Or maybe because I say it's fucking ridiculous. One or the other, I don't know, whichever one. But if he says that straight is a little bit different than straight, I'm definitely going to say that's fucking ridiculous. And with paper, the law of identity stands. Everybody knows what straight is. Don't try telling people that they don't know what straight is. That's gaslighting people. You shouldn't do it. So listen to it again. Listen to the way he says it, the way he sets it up, and exactly listen to what he's actually saying.
The word straight line has a slightly different meaning in spherical geometry, and then that preceded the entire conversation. And now what Bev is saying now is that I'm gaslighting everybody about the meaning of straight line in Euclidean geometry, which is the opposite of the truth, because I was very explicit.
Was it? He's explicitly saying it's not in Euclidean, but I consider me as being part of the 99.999% of people that don't really give a shit about this guy's model, dogmatic model. And I bet they don't understand that straight lines have to be different for this guy to have his dogmatic model belief. And when he goes round with his dogmatic model belief, telling people that just go with the Euclidean definition of straight, not aware that he's got a fantasy where he has straight slightly differently, and you have to go along with this guy's delusions just to be able to fit in. That's gaslighting. Anyone agree? Disagree?
Yes, this is gaslighting. Yes, so obfuscation and new speech. Okay.
Yeah. New think. New
This is
maths.
beyond. This is beyond gaslighting. This is an attempt to try to change what straight means. This is like thief, like robbery or something. This is really bad, Charles.
Yeah, I mean, they've got no arguments. That's a given. So let's just try and change the meaning of straight so somebody else can't even have a conversation with them. It's obvious, right? If you want to engage with Charles's fantasies, you have to give up your idea of straight.
But there is one problem, because they have vertical, and this vertical and plumbo, and this is normal straight. So they have, in their geometry, they are using two straight lines, vertical and horizontal, or whatever they call it, on the surface of the sphere, and both they call it straight. They don't call vertical differently. They say that vertical is straight, and this geodesic on the surface of the sphere is also straight. It is double speak, and it means that they are violating any rules of logical expression, because they are using, possibly in the same sentence, same word with two different meanings.
Well, this is where you have to be careful, right? Because we are talking about reality, and it is the same reality for everyone, right? And everybody knows what reality actually is, right? So the only thing that is actually different is the thought of the model, the conclusion that they come to about their straight lines. Because straight's obviously the same straight. They just imagine it differently. So that's what you've got to think that's going on here, right? Because you can't actually give them a measured curve, a drop, right? A tilt, a slope, a measured elevation change of a horizontal. Like all of these things, the consequences of this, you can't actually have. So you have to have the original straight. Just think about it differently. That's how 99.999% of the people carry on with their daily lives.
Yes, I agree with you, but my point is that they say that flat earth math says that in spherical geometry there is a slightly different meaning. But if they are consequent, they should say that the vertical should be the same kind of straight like this geodesic. But the problem is that it isn't. Vertical is Euclidean straight line, and this geodesic is not Euclidean straight line. And they are using both, and they name them straight, both vertical and this geodesic.
Well,
I would
geodesic
say that,
is straight, right? Because the geodesic in Euclidean space is straight. They'll tell you that.
Okay, so let's take great circle. They say that vertical is straight and great circle is straight.
Yeah.
So they are using two different meanings for straight.
Well, it's just horizontal though, right? On a two-dimensional plane, perpendicular to vertical, is horizontal. But you can just imagine that as a great circle if you want. It's the same thing. It's a straight. You just imagine it as a great circle.
I agree with that, but I am talking about what they name as a straight line.
Yeah.
So they have, because flat
mad people. Mad
Yeah,
people
of course.
Obviously imagine spheres and circles because they've been driven mad by a type of nut-sacking.
Yes, I'm just talking about his different meaning. So he is aware that there are two different meanings in his mind. Flat Earth math has two different, he knows two different meanings of word straight. One is Euclidean and one is non-Euclidean. And he is using both at the same time in his non-Euclidean geometry. That's my point or accusation even. You cannot do that in one frame or one logical system. You cannot use the same word for two different things. Because
you can't mesh Euclidean and non-Euclidean. You can't have that and not that. There's a law of contradiction, non-contradiction.
Yes, so he is using straight line in Euclidean sense, also in non-Euclidean geometry, as he says.
Yeah, he wants to think that one of the perpendicular to the vertical is non-Euclidean.
Yeah.
He wants to non-Euclideanize a perpendicular that's defined within Euclidean.
Partially, because one of this vertical is normal, but the second is non-Euclidean straight line, so we have perpendicularity within.
It gets confusing. Yeah, I don't want to lead people out of the way, right? Because people will be dropping listening.
Maybe,
this is just, it's so crazy, isn't it? That
it is, yes.
It's too technical for most people to be thinking of. It's just straight. It's just that Charles imagines it slightly differently, and he wants to gaslight you into thinking that he might be right with his different meaning of straight.
No, he's not right. I would say strongly that this is dishonesty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He wants you to believe it, right? That's why I say he's gaslighting. Because he wants you to, change your mind about what you think about as straight, which can have dire consequences. Messing about with people's internal logical systems. Changing straight to not straight, but still imagining it's straight. I mean, obviously, if you can have conversations with people that have this way of thinking, like, how far are you actually going to get in conversation? I'd say it gets a little bit tricky.
I would say actually be careful, because insane has a way of dragging you into it.
Yeah.
So be very careful. You might just want to walk away.
Yeah, I think you would. If somebody tries to tell you that straight is a little bit different than straight, then yeah, you definitely don't want to be getting in a conversation with that person. They only get upset with you when you're not complying with what they say.
With describing that, what I was talking about with this quote unquote curving straight line, otherwise known as a geodesic, that it's in spherical geometry. But, it's just frustrating to be, quoted with things I haven't said, but he's been taking to say that I'm gaslighting people.
You are.
And that I'm telling people that they don't know what a straight line is. And
sounds like you are.
He's, he's taking it out of context.
It does sound like he is. But Rumpus is coming in.
Definitely.
There. Yeah.
Do you know that he doesn't believe spherical geometry exists? If you point him at the...
Doesn't exist. Euclidean geometry exists. It's the only geometry that makes it into the third dimension, i.e. reality. The rest of the geometries, they just conceptual, 2D. They don't exist. and they cannot make it into 3D because Euclidean's got it covered perfectly.
The Wikipedia page, he refuses to look at it. He
This
does not
is true.
believe spherical geometry exists. So there's the
Yes.
problem.
He just said that yesterday. I said there are books in spherical geometry. He says no, they're not.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah,
there's the problem.
I will
There
point
are
out that Bev has that behavior you just mentioned just a moment ago,
Behavior.
where he will misquote people. He'll do it. What's more curious is he'll do it at like when he's doing one of those review streams. He's reviewing a conversation that
Like
previously
this.
occurred. He did this once where he was quoting or he was playing an interaction he had with me, and I said something that was
Jeff.
very specific, and then he paused, and then he changed what I said for his audience. He
Tell
does
us.
that on purpose.
Tell us what it was. I bet he doesn't. Just changes it and says something different.
It's for his followers to stay with him.
There's nobody following.
It's sort of a paraphrasing
We're
that
not
makes
going
you,
anywhere.
it changes the meaning of what you said, but then he treats it as the synonymous.
Right now, Blue has been saying that nobody has ever said that straight lines are circles, even though Blue Marble Science has said it in his, Rumpus has said it, Flat Earth Math said it, but they say they haven't said it. So that's what else you've got to look forward to. Them saying that you changed the words that they said, and they didn't actually say the words that they did. But the reason we do these shows is so everyone can hear that they actually said it.
The person who may or may not be known as Mike Jones does that all the time, but in a malicious sense.
Malicious.
But yeah, okay.
That's
So
slander, isn't
and I think people are talking about Matthew 7:3. If anybody has their Bibles open, that's where Jesus.
Oh no.
Look at that. Second one, he starts it off with faith, and now he's getting them all to open the Bibles up. Literally. He's got them there. Number 9, Matthew 7:3.
But yeah, okay. So and I think people are talking about Matthew 7:3. If anybody has their Bibles open.
Oh, people were talking about it.
I don't think that kind of stuff will go good in that crowd. I don't know.
I think they've been trying to religify the globe for quite a while. He set it up, right? You can dismiss arguments. If you have faith in globe, you can dismiss any argument against it because your faith is strong. That's what he set up at the beginning.
Yes, but he will reject any proof.
You can reject anything, yeah? If you've got faith. If your faith is good enough and
Stronger.
Yeah,
His faith is stronger.
put faith in globe, you can just dismiss anything.
You can't argue against faith.
Yeah, you can't, no.
No chance.
You'd be wrong to argue against it, wouldn't you? See, I think they should just start doing the sermons. The Globe Sermon, issued by Flat Earth Math.
That's
Yeah,
where
they could say Newton, page 3, verse 5, right? And just read it out. That's a good one. Yeah.
There's a passage from the spherical geometry book.
Yep.
Yep.
Jesus is saying, why are you criticizing the mote in your brother's eye when you have a beam in your own? And I always imagine a guy with a 2x4 in his eye socket, trying to find the piece of dust in somebody else's eye, and he's walking around with a 2x4 sticking out of his skull. And I just think this is so, it's just so rich with irony. And
does anybody know the analogy? What's he?
I would say that this beam in our it is in our eye.
We have the big 2x4.
Yeah. Yes, and we cannot see that, and we are trying to correct him with his tiny, maybe inconsistencies.
Point globular.
Yeah.
A monad. We're trying to look for the monad in his eye.
Yes, and we cannot see the beam in our eyes. So that would be for us, I think.
Yeah.
He's trying to say we're so much at fault, and we're trying to find the little eeny weeny little teeny thing he might have. That's what
Trying
he's
to break
saying.
his faith, right? He's got like loads of faith. Can't break it.
And we were talking about, flat earthers versus globe earthers, or people who don't believe in the globe. They do not like to examine their own view of the world.
I thought we were just talking about reality, right? Like, who doesn't want to examine it? Why? Why?
Full stop. So, yeah, the sun, moon, and stars have to do some really crazy gymnastics to get to the position where we see them in the sky. So, in terms of, like, for example, in the southern hemisphere's winter, the sun should be rising like a full, I don't know, it's like 100 degrees away from where it is. When I say rise, I mean just azimuth. But I mean, these are extreme angles, frequently obtuse angles. But yet they criticize, whether or not we can see something on the horizon that's, just a fraction of a degree out of place.
What? Did anybody know that? Did you see the argument he just built up?
No, I cannot see any argument.
No,
He's saying just that the sun should be
100 degrees somewhere else.
Yes, but I am not sure to what it is he is referring this, because it doesn't make any sense. Maybe he will explain later, but for now, I have no clue what he's talking about.
No, he's talking about 100 degrees for the sun, but then other things are just a fraction of a degree where they should be.
Yes, that horizon is like fraction of degree, but I really this is gibberish for me.
Yeah, it is a pretty much non sequitur, right? There's nothing that follows, so that's why it's difficult for you to understand what he's talking about. Complete non sequitur. No, not even any real reason for us to dwell on it other than to say
that's not nonsense.
And so that's why I said Matthew 7:3 is it's always fingers pointing at the other guy, never looking in the mirror.
What?
He's referring to Matthew 7:3 or 3:7.
Like, where did that come from for the sun and the globe and then the horizon? Matthew 7:3.
It does not follow, and it doesn't need doesn't need to. Just fantasy or just.
But I mean, if he were to go round and as they do, knocking on doors, like, what would that, I don't think you'd sell many books, would you?
I would say no, but maybe in his view, he is very, very convincing. I don't know.
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
you can totally go outside.
Having fun.
Oh, what's that? Let's see.
It's always fingers pointing at the other guy, never looking in the mirror.
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
you can totally go outside.
Having fun.
What's that say?
Yeah,
you can totally go outside.
Having fun.
Totally what? Does anyone know who that is?
Yeah,
you can totally go outside.
Having fun.
You totally got some.
They're having fun. Yeah, my two oldest are 11-year-old twin boys, and then I've got a 9-year-old girl and a 6-year-old son. But then there's also the neighborhood kids. Like, for whatever reason, we just moved to this house 2 months ago, and
the neighborhood kids.
And our house is kind of becoming a magnet for the neighborhood kids to just kind of hang out and play. So
yeah, remember.
So that's what
days.
that's.
Do they have the capacity for infinite argument?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Can your two boys argue until the cows come home about everything and nothing?
Yeah. Well, they're fraternal twins. And they're like night and day. One of them is very physical, and the other one is very couch potato-ish. So they really don't actually talk to each other that much. So they don't really have anything to argue over. So, but they get along. They have their moments.
Yeah, but you must have a good home, because the neighborhood kids are attracted to it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's all my wife's doing. My wife's she's just fantastic. But it is nice that we moved from the ghetto. We used to live in an urban row.
Can you imagine him? Ghetto. Flat Earth math. Ghetto, man.
Home where it was just a
ghetto.
bunch of row homes, but also it was kind of an unsavory neighborhood. It wasn't really that great, where the kids running down the street would, every sentence has to have a 4-letter word in it, and so our kids really didn't play outside, and like we didn't really get to know the neighbors, because like I don't know, it just wasn't, we don't really want to expose our kids to all that. So we moved here. It's a wonderful neighborhood. So yeah, we're very happy here. All right, so so finishing up with number 9, the second part, 9B, is gravity. So it's like, down is down, dense things, dense. It's all density and buoyancy, and it's like that's
down is down. That explains it, doesn't it? Everyone get that? Down is down.
The conversation starts and ends there, whereas the details that we can go into on the heliocentric model with regards to gravity, and I think MC Toon is just reintroducing a gravity challenge, where he's wanting people to say not just 9.8, but like 9.8 and like as many decimals as you can get. Try to predict what gravity would be on different places on the face of the Earth.
Face of the Earth. If only he knew what he was talking about. Don't think he'd say it.
No, he definitely wouldn't have said face.
Yeah.
And it's based on a bunch of things, elevation. It's based on local geology. It's based on latitude.
In fact, I'm gonna have that clip.
Gravity is based
not just
on
9.8, but like
latitude?
9.8 and like as many decimals as you can get. Try to predict what gravity would be on different places on the face of the Earth. And it's based on a bunch of things, elevation. It's based on local geology. It's based on latitude. So yeah, so they're very, very
The nervous laughter there.
Yeah. He's not
Based
getting
on
any
latitude.
help. He's just sort of doing this on his own, and I think he was expecting a bit more help, talking about gravity to the believers.
Critical of heliocentric gravity, but yet they have no self-awareness that all they've got is down is down.
What's up with down being down? What else you need? Keep it simple. Advanced simplicity.
So that's very, hypocritical, and that's the whole point of Matthew 7.
What's hypocritical?
That down is down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Up's also up.
Plum Bob is hypocritical.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's hypocritical, I think, for Charles's sake here, what's hypocritical is claiming the center of a monad and not being able to actually get there to verify. To me, that's a bit hypocritical. You just live in reality. Up is up, down is down.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's talking about heliocentric model. So this
Clearly.
gravity is inside of this heliocentric model. So he's talking about at least Newtonian gravity.
He's talking about McToon's challenge, right? An internet and a YouTube guy who's never actually done anything himself. He's got a website. He just issues his challenges for other people.
But you have to be dogmatic about your monadics.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
It's the only place you can go to.
Right. You can't actually go to the center.
Well, again, the moment you try to non-Euclideanize it, it disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's gone. It's like
gone.
Poof, poof.
Yep.
Gone.
So you start digging, and you get there, right? You think you found it in non-Euclidean, and boom, it's gone. Like you're never gonna find it. Completely lost. But they're not aware.
Three.
Not
Yeah.
aware.
Well, they absolutely hate Cavendish. Trust me.
I don't hate Cavendish. I think the Seismomedish edition was quite a brainwave, right? It was boring as fuck, wasn't it? But then, boom, Seismomedish. Get in. That's how you do it. That's 2023. I think Blue should get it back. Do another one. Get another one made. Make it bigger.
Charles is discussing with Paige here on Discord. He always has mountains of evidence.
Yeah.
He's talking about that.
Yeah.
Tons of methods of gathering a mountain of evidence, etc. So this is just. But he's not showing that evidence anymore. He's just making examples of just vertical or not vertical poles in London and Johannesburg or whatever. So
yeah, it's flagpoles. He's
yeah,
obsessed
flagpoles,
with flags, isn't he?
So if he put 10,000 poles or flagpoles, that would be mountain of evidence for him. I think. I don't know.
Get a row of flagpoles.
But only one of them is vertical.
Yeah.
Remember.
Yeah.
And the thing is, if you study, and I'm sure you have, but I mean, anybody who wants to just look into, who Cavendish was.
Right. Does anybody know about Cavendish? Has anyone ever looked at this? Because
I have looked, but many years ago, and I don't remember now. So
he was really shy.
It was really weird, right? Like nobody really knew who he was. You couldn't get to know him. He only hung around with certain people. He didn't like women. He got nervous around women. He couldn't speak to women, and very strange things, right?
Mommy issues.
Yeah, but for Charles to be bringing this up when this is Blue's baby, right? He's done the seismomedish. Like Blue knows about measuring earthquakes and stuff, right? Charles I think he's trying to equate Blue. It's like putting out a bit of a feeler check to see whether Blue's like that as well. Because he might be associating the Cavendish with, let's say deviant behavior or something.
My understanding is that he was he came into a lot of wealth, so he didn't really have to work for a living, and he sounds like he might have been a bit of a dandy. But he was a ruthless scientist. I mean, he was a scientist.
Ruthless scientist. Like, have you ever heard of that before?
What does it even mean?
Scientist. The ruthless scientist.
He was rough with the equipment. That means
He was a
pushed-
dandy. The ruthless dandy scientist.
I was just gonna say, can you put dandy and ruthless in the same like description of a person? That
don't know.
I mean, whatever.
Ask ChatGPT. Can anyone ask ChatGPT what a ruthless dandy scientist looks like?
Just a craftsman, intensely curious, and just
roboting.
Intensely curious. Okay, let's see. We go.
really rigorous with his procedures, creative in his thinking, and I mean just a wonderful scientist. And then these guys just dismissed, oh, Cavendish, two balls in a shed. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
And it's just it's like it's literally the opposite of the truth. This guy was really, really brilliant and meticulous.
Literally opposite of the truth. Did he have like 3 balls or something like that in his shed? He had a spare one in the cupboard.
4 of them. It was 4.
Okay, but yes, because they had to attract themselves. So 2 balls on the torch balance were supposedly attracted to 2 other balls. So 4 of them. But still, this meticulous, and it seems like he was, how Blue Marble says, prick? He was a prick or not? This Cavendish, maybe.
It could have been. I don't know what a dandy is. Would you say Rumpus is a dandy?
Absolutely.
But if, for example, we are pedantic pricks, so Cavendish was also. And now this is virtue, not vice.
Yeah. He was a ruthless scientist.
Ruthless, yes. I would say that he was even more than pedantic prick. But he was good.
Yeah.
Fab, you never listened to the Kings?
The what?
The Kings.
No.
All right. Well, he must have been a dedicated follower of fashion. That's
all right. Oh, is that a dandy? I always thought like a dandy was, it is June, right? It's, that month. That's what I thought it was. I don't know.
I think to the Americans, when they say a dandy, it's like something else. Like you're a dandy. Like I think.
Nope, I took it as the way Bev took it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I have I have in the dictionary that this is just elegant. That someone who is wearing fancy wearing or fancy suit or whatever. This is dandy.
I've got Urban Dictionary, dandy. A flamboyant or effeminate male, regardless of sexual orientation. See also metrosexual.
There you go. Metrosexual. There you go.
Holy cow, did I get that one wrong?
What does it mean, metrosexual?
Says see also a charming androgynous person of either gender. See also gender bender. A proper dandy dresses with dignity, unlike fops who are foolish and vain.
So that's got to be a British term, dandy.
Definitely Cavendish was British, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's what that would be. Okay.
And
I don't know whether it's blues like that. No, Don't even think about it.
Blue Marble science, you know, took
Uh-oh.
the pains to duplicate the apparatus. So
I think he's trying to associate Blue. I think Charles is doing that, associating the similar sort of things. I hope not.
It kind of helped that he was, if I remember rightly, the spare to one of the richest men in England.
That's right.
Spare and a spare, huh?
Yeah.
But also back in the 18th century, like that, everybody had a curio cabinet, and it was a gentleman's sport was to really dive into these high precision, little observations, kind of like what someone might have done with photography in the 60s.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and Clive Wells was mentioning, he was painfully shy.
Since
And
when?
it's like it's hard to diagnose somebody, who lived hundreds of years ago, but he may well have been, autistic or on the spectrum. But my understanding is that he was very uncomfortable in social situations, and
So he's very hard to diagnose people, but he's going to give it a go. Flat Earth math, I'll give it a go. I'll have a go at a diagnosis.
And then so, I guess he might have made a presentation of some of his scientific findings, and he, couldn't even like look people in the eye because he just wasn't really a social guy, but he was a first-class scientist. And it's so discouraging to just hear people, sort of disparage the man, just because he has to be disparaged because, the gravity doesn't exist, or at least mass on mass gravity doesn't exist.
Really? Who's doing the disparaging of him? Just a guy that nobody really knew anything about.
Well, yeah, Cavendish was, in fact, one of the richest men in England. No two ways about that. He was autistic. I don't think there's any doubt about that when you read about his mannerisms and his habits and things. His really only social interaction was with the Royal Society. He would get together with those guys on their...
He'd only get together with the society guys. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge.
Weekly or monthly meetings, whatever. But he had a select few of those guys that he would really interact with. So he was quite the recluse, but what he was
nothing dodgy
most
about that
noted
at all.
for was the absolute precision that he did.
Do you think he had a lawn guy named Lamar?
Lamar.
It's possible. Lamar, yeah. I love much better.
With. And you just could not have thought of a better guy than that guy to try to do something like that Cavendish experiment, because that does require incredible patience and accuracy if you want to get any usable result out of it.
Oh, see, it takes incredible accuracy. You've got to be a special man to be able to do a Cavendish like Cavendish. I mean, imagine somebody did a seismometrish plus Cavendish plus.
Wow.
That's a lot. That's precision, right?
That's doubling your instrument. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know how many earthquakes Cavendish could possibly have attempted to measure, right?
Is there many in...
No. Perhaps Cavendish might have been able to have also done the seismometrish had he lived in, I don't know, the Appalachian Mountains or something like that, is it? I don't know. I don't know where Hilly Billies live.
Right, because gravity is, I don't know how many orders of magnitude it is weaker than the weakest, than the next weakest of the four fundamental forces. I think it was like 10 to the, 10 to the. I don't know what the next weakest force is. I think the electrostatic force, and gravity is many times weaker than that. And so being able to measure gravity with just these 2 lead balls or 4 lead balls, it was quite the accomplishment, especially since they didn't have electricity. It was pretty
without electricity.
Amazing.
No way, man.
Incredible.
And speaking of precision, that leads us to number 10.
He did it without electricity. Amazing. Would it need? Plumb bobs don't need electricity, do they?
Yeah, they wouldn't. What the plumb bob for electricity? But still, he just said something about Cavendish, his character or whatever, and that was proof for his precision, maybe. And now he's going segueing from that. So I don't know why he was talking about the Cavendish even.
Right, it's so we can have this conversation, right? Let's have a little conversation about Cavendish. Right now, Cavendish was trying to work out the density.
Yes, density of the Earth. That was his purpose of his alleged experiment.
Let's break down density. Density is
a volume magnified by weight.
Okay, right now, volume. Is he measuring anything?
Oh,
no. Okay, so volume's already assumed to be known.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that leaves the only other part, the weight. Weight.
Yeah.
So his balls that were attracting each other were actually there to measure the weight of the Earth.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so that's actually what they were doing. Now, somewhere they invented gravity, right? Because the weight. I mean, gravity is weight, isn't it? You know, it's like it's giving weight to an argument or weight to whatever. So, but I mean, it seems like, I don't know whether these sort of scales have ever took on for measuring the weight of other things. The old lead ball, attracting lead balls weight measurement thing. So I think, I wonder did Blue ever get a weight when he did it?
Sideways measurement. You ever measure sideways anything?
of weight?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, how big, how heavy did Blue get? Has he ever told you?
I don't think so.
No, because he did a Cavendish, didn't he? He did seismometrish. Anyway. So, other than attracting earthquakes, did he come up with a weight? How heavy his dogmatic globe model is?
Well, I know one of them used turkey breasts once instead of balls. They tried that.
So how many turkey breasts did it weigh?
I'm not sure. I think a couple of kilos each one, but this is not a joke. Somebody actually did use meat to do a thing like that. Yeah, a Cavendish.
Okay. Yeah. So if anybody else is out there and can let us know what weight Blue Marble Science got when he used his seismometrish. He's took it to a university as well, I think.
One of the it's like a theme in the flat Earth debate is that, if you want to bring up precision,
He's talking about Nathan Oakley again. It's a theme over there at Nathan Oakley's.
Expect mockery, because you have to be
I'll
mocked.
try and put
Precision
his
has
nuts
to be
in your
mocked,
face.
because precise measurement leads to the truth. So.
The
And
truth of the
in
weight.
terms of language, precision of language is dismissed. Precision instruments are dismissed, and it's
weight
frustrating because
measurements.
it seems like they're not even self-aware. Like Bev goes on about auto levels, but he's not really big with theodolites. It's like, well, you can project crosshairs with an auto level, but you can't really take angular measurements. I mean, you.
No, it's an auto level.
And precision, let's talk about precision of straight line.
Hey,
In the
can't
first place.
remember. Thank you very much. Phoenix Rising. Thank you.
can view things that are above or below your projected horizontal, but that's about it. You know.
Is he saying there's something wrong with an auto level? He's like, the auto level's got something wrong with it because it doesn't measure angles.
I think he's saying that you have something against theodolites. I
don't have a need for a theodolite. Can you imagine what we'd use a theodolite for? How it would be any different? It's like it costs a load of money. It's a big bulky piece of equipment, and it's loads easier. What we do, we use the auto level. We've got P1000s, and it just doesn't fit what we do. We'll leave the angle measuring thing to the guys that like measuring angles. We just go with the simplicity.
And they went to the Bedford level. They went to the old Bedford Canal.
We did.
And took pictures. They zoomed in with a camera, and they're like, but what are you going to see there? You're just going to see flat-looking water.
Oh, what? What? I don't think you can say that, can you? Did he really say that? We've got loads of pictures.
So, I genuinely hope somebody, because it's only 2 hours.
See, listen to this, right? What's Charles doing here, right? Flat Earth Math over there. He's in the room with everybody. And I don't know, do they talk to each other? Charles, Flat Earth Math, obviously knows that we went to Bedford Canal because he's just said we've been there. He's seen the stuff that we did.
So I genuinely hope somebody, because it's only 2 hours north of London, the old Bedford Canal, and it does appear to be free of vegetation, because that was the thing I was worried about. But it does look like you have a 6-mile line of sight on a canal that is not being used.
I'm doing an experiment there called RECT. We're along with Farmer's Boy.
See, look, he's brought Rumpus out. Charles, I don't know if Charles is listening. Charles says, tell Charles, sorry, I'm out walking the dogs. I'll be back in a bit. It's Paige. I don't know if he's listening. I don't think he is. So here's Rumpus coming in. He's been baited in because Flat Earth Math has baited Rumpus in.
I'm doing an experiment there called RECT. We're along with Farmer's Boy. I've been doing it, started it a year and a half ago, and I'm in process of doing some observations on that thing, which will resume
in the process,
shortly.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been started it a year and a half ago, him and Farmer's Boy. Just only the two of them. There was a big, massive group of them, but there's only 2 people left now. Everybody else has ditched him. So he's been baited in. Do you think anybody's going to take Rumpus on? Or do you think, what do you think the reaction's going to be? Let's go.
Okay, so are you going to
if you possibly get somebody goes along and cuts all the grass for you?
Wants to cut the grass? Somebody wants to cut the grass?
Great.
Yeah. Farmer's Boy's getting all. It's like a married couple, aren't they? If somebody wants to cut the grass, you're gonna go and do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're gonna partially.
Sorry, Charles. Farmer's nearly died in trying to help me out with that.
Don't.
Oh.
Farmer's nearly died.
Martyrdom. Okay.
Yeah. Help him, Rumpus. He should really get some more help. You can't just have, Farmer's Boys dying on you. You can't overuse your Farmer's Boys. I mean, they're only really good for shouting from the distance, right? You don't really get involved and do much at all.
Is that
He did nearly die. I just passed out because the sugar level dropped too low.
He did. He passed out.
That's all.
Well, we nearly died watching you.
Yeah, you nearly died of panic. Yes, I killed
Yes, I can assure you we did. So yes, Charles, we're ongoing. There is currently an observation ongoing. I've made several videos. I've got lots of data, and I'll be doing a George style drop test across the 6 miles. And
So listen to this. This is the list of stuff that'll never happen with Rumpus that he's been telling people for years. It's the latest lie sheet.
So yes, Charles, we're ongoing. There is currently an observation ongoing. I've made several videos. I've got lots of data, and I'll be doing a George-style drop test across the 6 miles.
Several videos made. Bullshit. Doing an experiment. Bullshit. A George-style drop test. Drop. But what drop? The other drop, I think. Not the actual drop that you're thinking about.
I'm hoping to show visually, doing a live experiment observation of the 17 feet of drop that will occur between the two ends.
Okay.
17 feet of drop. He shouldn't have said that, should he? That's just that's just wrong.
Nonsense.
Yeah.
That doesn't follow because he has to have hump in the middle. So if this is a hump in the middle, then you can, let's say, calculate drop from that hump. But from your point of view, no. How? He would be on the surface of the canal. That would be a drop from, let's say, level or curved level, whatever. But if he is above, no, it should be a hump in the first place.
Fascinating.
That's impossible.
Yeah. Fascinating, I think he said there. I think that was Charles.
Okay. Fascinating. Yeah, because you're no doubt you're very, very familiar with the Wallace demonstration.
Okay, so if everybody is aware of the Wallace, the thing about the Wallace is the hump. You cannot measure a drop and a hump simultaneously. It's paradoxical. And Charles here is going to try and hand Rumpus a paradoxic test for him to do. Experiment. Scientific, ruthless, scientific thing. He's about to hand it off to him. Let's see.
The Wallace demonstration, and I don't know what the elevation of those bridges are. I mean, the modern concrete and steel bridges. About 12 feet. So I was thinking, if you could get a halfway point, and make take a couple 2-liter bottles, and then a couple pieces of bamboo or something, and kind of lash them together so that you can make a target that is exactly 12 feet above the water. That would be great.
My test is somewhat more sophisticated than that. I'll be.
He's telling him now he's not going to do that. It's much more sophisticated than that. Say sophisticated?
That would be great.
My test is somewhat more sophisticated than that.
Somewhat more sophisticated. Somewhat more sophisticated. Rumpus.
That would be great.
My test is somewhat more sophisticated than that. I'll be doing some videos on it. If you care to take an interest, you will have the opportunity of seeing exactly what I'm doing, and it's quite substantial.
Okay. It's quite substantial. He's a good salesman, is he? Because we know it's a load of bullshit.
Involves telescopic poles and all sorts.
Good luck to you. That's great. That sounds great.
In all your exactness, you just said 17 feet of drop. Shame on you.
Well,
even Larry's pulling him up on it. Should know that he's measuring a Rumpus pole. It's not 17 feet of drop. You can't do it like that. It doesn't work. It's not a measuring rod. It's a Rumpus pole.
I'm allowing myself to use the word drop in the multiple senses, as in drop from the horizontal.
He's allowing himself to use drop in multiple senses. That's good of him, isn't it?
Yes,
He's allowing
we
himself.
have heard before that these words with multiple senses.
Yeah, Rumpus is a keeper of the dual usage, the multiple usages of words.
And I think that's what word would you like me to use instead of the difference
So
between
you're
drop
saying,
and level?
so
Hold on.
Rumpus, you're saying the canal should be flowing for the 17
No, it's not.
feet
It's
of
not
drop.
flowing. No, it's not flowing. No. I was
Womp
say as a
womp.
joke.
Listen to that.
And I think that's what word would you like me to use instead of the difference
So
between
you're
drop
saying,
and level?
so
Hold on.
Rumpus, you're saying the canal should be flowing for the 17
No, it's not.
feet
It's
of
not
drop.
flowing. No, it's not flowing. No. I was say
Womp
as a
womp.
joke. Larry, would you like to give me?
They're getting on well like a house on fire, aren't they? Rumpus and Charles. What a team.
A name to be for the difference
Departure.
between? Sorry.
Departure. It's a departure
Between-
from. It's departure from tangent.
Between
Yeah, I've used the
horizontal and
word
level.
deviation.
This is the usage of different words instead of drop that you're going to have to get used to. If you want to be able to talk to these people, you're going to have to comply with the way they talk about things. And this is just what you're going to have to talk to. I'm fortunately, I'm not going to be talking to these people for very much longer. They don't want to talk anyway. But anybody that does want to continue to talk to these people will have to go along with all of their delusions. That means talking using all of the multiple different usage of words. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I've used the word deviation before, and that's fine.
Deviation.
Departure from tangent. Because to go, like I said, you go out a mile, then there's 8 inches, down or drop. That's to get to the same elevation. So that 8-inch quote drop is no elevation change. So
Drop is no elevation
8 inch is no elevation change.
Yeah, so drop, he said that in the last bit, that drop is not elevation change.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So it works backwards. The measured is the not. Different than what you think.
If you are measuring drop, you are measuring equal elevation.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fantastic.
it's a departure from tangent.
About a
True.
negative vertical angle.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I think Blues also commented on his dislike for this word drop. Yes, I mean, yeah. Okay, I mean,
okay, you're going to be making a video on this,
Move
so
on. Yeah, move on. I was
can address it
just
then.
poking fun.
Yeah,
all
Rumpus
right.
is going to do it.
Okay. Right.
Uh,
No,
number
but you've got a
10,
valid.
D.
You got a valid point. The word the multiple meaning of this word drop is definitely a problem and does cause confusion. So yeah.
I'm going to have that.
No, but he's got a valid.
He's got a valid point. Multiple uses of the word drop is definitely a problem.
Yes, and one of them, he made that valid point that drop is not a drop. So, okay. This is one of meanings of word drop that has no meaning. So
There's no
zero
elevation change.
Yeah.
Yeah. A drop to a 0 elevation change. Yeah.
You had a point.
Yeah. What about the meaning of the word move on, Rumpus? Are you familiar with that one?
We got to do 10D.
No, I don't know. That one I don't understand.
10D. And so, Bev likes to get very, very, it's very interesting because he loves Euclid. I mean, I think everyone should love Euclid because Euclid was a genius. Wrote a lot of stuff down that had been, sort of passed around from mathematicians before Euclid, but he really set down a lot of the stuff, formalized it. So Euclid was a genius, should be lionized, but apparently you can do nothing useful with an angle.
No, the thing is, you can do fuck all with an angle.
I would add to that I know what I can do with an angle. If I have 2 straight lines with inclination, then I can measure angle between them. Yes. That's it. What I can do with an angle.
Which like literally doesn't make sense because the vast majority of what Euclid's talking about is based around angles. So
is it?
I don't know if everything, but of course many things. But
yeah, the relationship of one line to another. But I don't know whether he would say angles, equal angles, opposite angles, lines.
You know, angle is based on circle. So this is first, let's say, figure in geometry. So, and this is also used as measurement of this inclination of straight lines. So.
Yeah, but Euclid, an angle to Euclid is different than what he's talking about measuring an angle. Because in Euclid, you would never measure an angle.
Yes,
they're talking about similarities between angles and lines and proportions and stuff like that. There's no measured angles.
Yeah, yes, he was not talking about measurements. He was talking about proportions between angles. So if he is saying that opposite angles are equal, he is making proportion of equality, because there is no use of measuring angle, that it has 90 degree and opposite angle has 90 degree. It doesn't matter. For Euclid, it was what did matter was that they are equal, so they are in the same proportion. So that's it. Measuring doesn't prove anything. In mathematics, at least.
So that's, again, taking issue with precision. You take a theodolite, you make a measurement with an angular measurement, and then he's like, you can do nothing useful with an angle. And that just seems, ironic.
Well,
go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Half the problem Bever's got is he establishes a horizontal first. Whereas, of course, you don't start with a horizontal, do you? You start with a vertical.
Vertical.
And then...
What? Establish with a horizontal first? Realizing Euclid's test is about a straight line, shared straight line segment. But is he talking about measuring angles? Or the statement about an angle? It's very rare that Farmer's Boy is brave enough to talk up.
Whereas, of course, you don't start with a horizontal, do you? You start with a vertical.
Vertical.
And then perpendicular to that is the horizontal at that point. Well, that's 90 degrees. That's an angle. So you can do something with an angle.
What can you do with an angle?
He is talking about perpendicularity, and the angle of perpendicular lines is already known, size of that angle. So you don't need to measure anything here.
Yeah, I don't know what he's
You
getting
can do
at.
something with an angle.
Can do something with an angle. What, make a perpendicular?
You are making angle by
making 4 angles.
Yeah,
or at least 2.
But still,
that's not an angle.
And still, it is not doing something with an angle.
Yeah.
You are doing something with a plumb line and outer level, whatever. This is what you are doing, and by establishing vertical and horizontal, you immediately have these angles. So this is consequence of putting plumb bob and horizontal, let's say water level. So if you have plumb bob and water level, you are establishing perpendicularity, and therefore you are establishing 90 degrees between of them, of course, yes. What's the problem?
I don't know. They think that's an argument against you can do fuck all with an angle.
Maybe not. It is not.
He can't.
There is no way.
About face.
Yeah, there is no way to establish a horizontal purely on the horizontal. Nobody used the horizon as a reference, right? It all comes from zenith. And he did not realize that inside an auto level, it's the pendulum. There's a prism hanging on a pendulum, and it responds to the gravity vector just like a plumb bob.
Yep.
And that's
Actually, I
that's
think he's
where
aware
horizontal
that
comes from.
I think he's aware that that exists in an auto level, but he denies it exists in a theodolite. And he actually said the other night, when I finally heard him justify. He claims that because you can tilt a theodolite, therefore how can it possibly have a plumb bob in it? So that was
It
his
doesn't have a
argument.
plumb bob in it. It does. They don't have a plumb bob in them.
But it has a
So,
compensator, doesn't it? Yeah.
No.
No.
It doesn't have a compensator.
Some
No.
do. The electronic ones have
Yeah.
have a
Yeah, but
an
See, Rumpus has just been told that they don't actually have them in it.
That was a bit devastating and
Yeah.
embarrassing, wasn't it?
But Larry's just about to do it. I have to go back over this. Bev just said.
And that's
Actually, I
that's
think he's
where
aware
horizontal
that
comes from.
I think he's aware that that exists in an auto level, but he denies it exists in a theodolite. And he actually said the other
Well,
night,
that-
when I finally heard him justify. He claims that because you can tilt a theodolite, therefore how can it possibly have a plumb bob in it? So that was
it
his
doesn't have a
argument.
plumb bob in it. It does. They don't have a plumb bob in them.
But it has a
So,
compensator, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
No.
It doesn't have a compensator.
Some do.
No.
The electronic ones have
Yeah.
have a
Yeah, but-
with strain meters, accelerometers, and my older ones.
You can see what's going on here. Larry's the guy that's told Rumpus that it has got the thing in it, but some dude's just told him it hasn't. So
Yeah,
now
so
Larry's
no-
trying to justify what he's already told Rumpus and made Rumpus say out loud, like, how fucking wrong's Rumpus?
Yes, but this guy said that there is no plumb bob and theodolite and no compensator also. So, strange.
See, this is why I don't think Rumpus can come back, because I've been telling him that for ages. And now he's going to have to come back and tell everybody that he's just blatantly wrong about it. All the amount of people that he's told about that.
You know what's also worth pointing out here is Larry is the guy that was trying to tell your son that triangles have more than 180 degrees.
Yeah.
The same guy who led Rumpus astray to say that theodolites have plumb bobs or compensators, and they don't.
Yeah,
And
the
then
same
some
guy
tried to
that's
come in
done
with
the
electric switch.
Yeah, the curvature switch.
Curvature switch.
and he's the guy that gave Blue Marble the reciprocal zenith angles with more than 180 degrees. It's just Larry. He's the only one left. Too delusional to do a Jesse Kozlowski. He's still hanging around, trying to justify the shit that he's been telling everyone. He's delusional. There's a lot of delusional people in this arena. Larry's one of them.
Okay, I am off to bed.
Okay,
Good night.
thank you,
Thank
Paper.
you very much.
See you later.
Have an alcohol vial mounted to a lever arm, but it's highly magnified, and the arc of the bubble or the glass of the bubble.
He's going for bubbles on the side. I mean, everybody knows you've got a level to put it in the azimuthal plane. That's how it works. Some of them have got coincidence bubble levels on them. You know, there's all sorts of different ones, but they don't have the plumb bob and they don't have the compensator. That's what he's been told. Larry's trying to tell everyone now it's got a bubble on the side. Well, yeah, of course they have.
Bubble is extremely flat, such that I can readily observe 1 second deviations from the local vertical.
You can get, yes, no argument that you can buy theodolites with them in, but by definition, you don't need to have it in it to be a theodolite, whereas you do for an auto level. That's what makes it an auto level as opposed to a dumpy level or any other level.
Well, then we need to distinguish the word transit from theodolite.
Right.
Theodolite is like a full service instrument. A transit, yeah, you're going to build a house. A theodolite,
All right, so
you're going to.
that sounds like the topic of a future video. Is the difference between a transit, a dumpy level, an auto level, and a theodolite.
The point being that the theodolite measures vertical and horizontal angles.
Yes.
And you use whether you use a plumb bob or whether you use a other method to set vertical for that device, it's not automatic.
And I think we're at the end of my document, point number 11. So Dunning-Kruger, I actually saw an interesting video on how people are misusing the quote-unquote Dunning-Kruger graph, which wasn't actually in their research at all. It's sort of an interpretation of their research. But the graph that you see where it spikes up with the hill of what's it called? The hill of stupidity, and then you've got the trough of despair, and then the climbing
valley
up.
Of despair and the
valley
peak
of despair.
Peak of hill of stupidity.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so that somebody created that. I don't know. Somebody could probably figure out what the origin of that diagram was, but that was not technically Dunning-Kruger, because the thing that we're attributing to Dunning-Kruger is really a matter of arrogance. Dunning-Kruger.
Thing about Dunning-Kruger is it works both ways, not just one way.
Kruger was focusing their research on just genuine lack of knowledge about something, like people who are just genuinely not skilled in like say solving a certain kind of puzzle,
like people who haven't done math majors, people that have never studied logic, that sort of thing.
But then the less they knew, the more inflated they thought their skills were, and it wasn't the hill of stupidity, because they're not stupid. They just didn't know what they didn't know in the early stages of learning this skill. So I think when we're talking about Dunning-Kruger, we're really talking about arrogance, and
like somebody else is pointing out there, like the fact of not knowing that a theodolite didn't have a compensator in or a plumb bob inside it. That sort of arrogance.
And we got that in spades. And so it's like, geodetic surveying, engineering, astronomy, spherical geometry, and calculus, they're just all dismissed. They just don't exist. And my analogy is, it's like they're walking into a Mensa meeting and they're declaring themselves to be the smartest person in the room. And it's like that just takes some serious arrogance.
That's inflating egos right over there, right? Because he's actually trying to get those guys as the Mensa meeting, isn't he?
There's so much projection there. It's just
Larry, Flat Earth Math, Rumpus, Blue Marble Science, Farmer's Boy. That's the Mensa meeting. And I don't know who's going over there, because Blue Marble's banned everyone. There's nobody going over to Blue Marble Science's server and entering the room of the geniuses over there, because Blue's banned everyone. So, highly inflated egos.
Their arrogance and ignorance are directly proportional to each other.
Yeah, and it's a
The
killer combination.
The more bloody sure they are that they're right and everybody else is wrong.
Right.
Says Farmer's Boy on the Dunning-Kruger scale.
Do they even realize what they're saying? No. No, they don't. Look in the mirror, guys. Come on now. We're all about what's happening in reality. Just like you could go into the Discord channel.
And don't forget, nobody's saying we're experts either.
No, exactly.
We aren't doing expert stuff. We're saying basic,
reality.
fucking as simple as you can get, advanced simplicity.
Absolutely. Paige had an entire conversation in our Discord with Charles through this entire show. And at every step of the way, it's basically Charles basically saying, yeah, well, you can't possibly see that or measure that or whatever. I mean, it's so infinitesimally small at 6 feet or 10 feet or 30 feet or whatever that you can't possibly. That's what we're supposed to believe instead of just accepting reality for reality. Look in the mirror, guys, please.
Yeah.
Gee.
We can only do what we can do.
So stop telling us we can't do it. Because we can. Simple. And we're not saying we're geniuses, right? We're not saying we're the Mensa meeting. Nobody's ever going to claim that. Trust us, right? There's only one group that's claiming to be the Mensa group. And they're projecting.
Right. And it's
that's
like...
actually what... So that's what actually what I think the problem with Bev is, that once he says something, he refuses to go back on it. And that's where that whole, you can't do anything with an angle, because that, I can't remember exactly what the discussion was, but he came up with that in a discussion. I think it may have been to do with sextants, and therefore he could never go back on it. And then obviously
It wasn't really anything to do with sextants. It was specifically targeted at a guy called Ruhif and the opposite side angle, where he claimed to be able to place a ruler on a picture and measure the angle, which we said was fucking ridiculous. So that's where that came from. It still stands as a geometric truth statement. And if anybody wants to come and have a chat about what you can do with an angle, then come and let us know. Answers on postcards.
he's been called out on it quite a few times.
Yeah. It's
It might have been called out on it, but nobody's ever come up with something that you can do other than write it down or give it a name.
I was trying to think about, like, if a third party were to come in to the, like, say the flat Earth / globe Earth debate, not knowing the shape of the planet, just watching the two sides, and if they were just to observe, which side has the one where a guy is arguing with somebody in their line of specialty, like, someone's entire career is this specialty, and then here's this guy just walking in from the street just arguing against him. It's like, I would think that even if I didn't know anything about that specialty, like, let's say it's a turbo encabulator mechanic, and somebody's like, no, the Marsal veins are pointed the wrong way. It's like, I would have to side with the mechanic, like, the guy's doing it for 20 years. I'm going to have to go with him. And so that thing really strikes me about the people on the flat Earth side. It's like, don't they?
He keeps adding this flat Earth side, right? I point out to everybody listening, I don't give a shit about his model. We're talking about reality. That's it. Whatever he imagines that happens to his model when faced with reality facts, that's on him. I'm not telling him to say that. I'm not assuming anything about anybody's models. Keep your models, lock them up, put them in a box, keep it safe. Nobody's trying to trouble your model. We're just talking about reality. These guys are getting awfully defensive over something that isn't being attacked. Which I find the most strange.
I see that they're literally telling experts in the field that they know nothing about their own field. It's really striking. Like, I teach geometry, I've taught geometry. I don't teach geometry now, but, like, they're arguing with me about just fundamental geometry principles, and they're just dead wrong, and they're arguing with the geometry teacher about these principles. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, it gets so bad when you go through some level of explanation, and they need simple. You give them a simple explanation, and then they find that it's incomplete, and they call bullshit. So you give them a more complete one that has math. They go, oh, I don't do math. Well, then you're not in a position to argue, are you? But many say straight up, Montreal and Gary Wabenga, at least.
Name dropping.
They'll tell you straight up, I don't do math. And what does Wabenga do? He makes a little rubber band contraption, or Gary Wabenga will take a PVC pipe, strap it to a carpenter's level, and look through the car windshield and call that like something, I don't know. But they openly say they do not do math. So when you give them math, then that's when they call them bullshit. You don't give them math, and it's incomplete, and they call bullshit. Yeah, and they're just sitting off to the side going, no.
Yeah, it's frustrating. Because and that's why, like, and my participation in the flat Earth debate is not to convince people like Bev, because I don't believe Bev can be convinced.
It's definitely not flat, Charles. We know that. Absolutely. Can't convince me it's flat. That'd be fucking ridiculous. Go away with your flat earth mathematics.
It's people in the audience. You know, the third party observer, the fence sitter, who may be coming in and just sort of observing what's going on. You know, because I think the top guys in the on the
Can
flat
you
earth
pause that?
side.
Yeah.
Is he talking about the, you know, like when he says third party observers, is he talking about like the 99% of people that are, or 99.9% of people that are not in this debate, quote unquote debate? And
Think so.
those people, right? Those people, while we're not flat earthers, those people would, and I think most of them, even, I know Betty has said, because his missus says level is horizontal. Yeah, of course. Of course it is. So what are we talking about, Charles? Who's the third party people that need to be convinced? 99.9% of people, if they were asked, is level horizontal? And if they ever even used a spirit level, they'd say, well, of course it is. What are you, stupid? Of course. I mean, you could take this level and turn it vertically and check for plumb. You could do that. But a level is horizontal, of course. Of course it is.
Yeah,
So what is he talking
he's
about?
talking about the third party who is actually us, but he's conflating us with the flat earthers, which we are not flat earthers. So he's globe, obviously. He's thinking of flat earthers, and then he's thinking of a third party, but that third party is us. We are the every people that don't give a shit about flat or globe. We're just dealing with reality. That's where I think this arena is full up with people like Charles. Flat earth, math. And he's thinking of his arguments that he has with the flat earthers. He's not thinking about us. He's putting us in the wrong group. Been saying this for quite a while. Globe guys, better wake up. Because you've heard Nathan Oakley. We are not flat earthers. We're not with Nathan Oakley. If anybody's with Nathan Oakley, it's you guys and the angle. That's your common thing.
In fact, the flat earthers, the globers defend the flat earthers. So, and vice versa. We had a flat earther in the other day saying, well, at least the globers are easier to talk to because they've done their research. The person said, this is a flat earther.
Yeah, flat earther. The flat earther that said the enemy of my enemy.
Exactly.
And that was us. He teamed up with the globe side because the globe side don't like us. The flat earthers teamed up with him. So weird. But hey, how this guy, Charles, imagines that we are flat earthers, he couldn't be further from the truth. Flat earthers would rather team up with Charles than talk to us. Which is, you know, I like that. I think we can live off that for a bit. Especially when you get to hear what Nathan Oakley's been saying recently. We're going over that in a couple of days, I think.
You know, they're never going to be convinced.
Releases it.
You know, they're too far gone. But there are a number of, you know, gentle-minded souls who just, you know, maybe they watch too many flat Earth videos and they're just confused by it, but they're genuinely searching, you know, for the truth. And I would hope that these guys would just take a look around and just see, wait a minute, you're arguing against a geodetic surveyor that geodetic surveying even exists, you know, like
who? Who's the geodetic surveyor? All of them are geodetic surveyors now. I'll point that out again. All surveying is done locally by geodetic surveyors. All surveyors are geodetic surveyors, and they survey locally using planar surveying tools. All of them.
It just you know, just seems so farcical.
And
Nobody's
Bev
denying
says
that.
he you know, he has his survey certificate. Well, that's like a trade school, competency thing for laying out, a foundation form or, stakes for a curve.
2 years. It was actually. It's a 2-year course, Larry.
Urban gutter. And then he's calling himself a surveyor. And I said, well,
I'm not calling myself a surveyor. I never have called myself
Never
a
have.
surveyor. That's a blatant lie, Larry. I have a land surveying certificate amongst my surveying certificates. But that's all I've ever said. So they like to concoct these imaginary stories and tell everybody the stories and repeat them much like Larry's doing right now. But Larry's delusional. He's an old fart. Prone to fantasy.
in British terms, I'm a chartered surveyor. And my favorite reference.
So, if you were a chartered surveyor, Larry, you'd have to tell the truth, and they'd shut you down because you're obviously lying.
Yeah. Do you think that lie that he just told was for the benefit of the third-party observers? Do you think?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, it's on Blue Marble's channel, isn't it? I don't know how many viewers he's getting. But when you get people saying Bev says he's this, it's because people like Larry have said that. Lie. I've never said it. Dishonest. They'll never take it back. They'll just keep repeating lies. Because they're like that.
He says he doesn't.
I
call
know.
himself a surveyor.
Yeah, just like he doesn't call the Earth flat. I know.
He used to claim he was a surveyor. Now
Did he?
said
See, now listen to that.
Himself a surveyor, and I said, well,
He doesn't call himself a surveyor.
In British
Rumpus
terms,
tells
I'm
him
a
he
chartered surveyor. And
No,
my
he says
favorite
he doesn't do
reference.
that. He's
My
quite
favorite
specific.
reference.
Actually. He says he doesn't.
I
call
know.
himself a surveyor.
He knows.
Yeah, just like he doesn't call the Earth flat. I know.
And I don't call the Earth flat. So he knows he's blatantly lying. That's how honest Larry is. He's honestly telling everyone he's blatantly lying. That's why he wouldn't last as a chartered surveyor. Probably lying about that too.
he used to claim he was a surveyor. Now
Did he?
says not a
I did not used to say I was a surveyor, farmer's boy, you're a lying twat too. I wish these people had stopped lying about me. It would make my life a little bit easier, but challenges are there to put for you, eh? But I'm going to have to start putting my foot down, right? Farmer's boy, you are a lying shit. I have never called myself a surveyor. I've never been a surveyor, so I would never call myself a surveyor. It doesn't stop me from having a land surveying certificate. Farmer's boy.
No.
He shouldn't speak up too much,
Yeah,
should he?
just like he doesn't
It's
call
better
the Earth
keeping
flat.
himself
I know.
he used to claim he was a surveyor. Now
Did
he
he?
says not
No,
a
he
surveyor.
didn't.
He's never been a surveyor. He's never done any surveying. And if you watch all his videos, he doesn't even use the auto level that he carts about. Somebody else does.
I didn't know. Okay, all I've heard him is.
The camera is on the auto level. I'm holding the measuring rod. I'm the guy that gets to go on the camera. Because guess what would have happened if my son had been on camera? What do you think would have happened? They'd have been criticising me going, putting my son on the camera. So I went on camera.
He's always said he's not a surveyor. Okay, that's interesting, Farmer.
Yeah,
but anyway,
He changed his tune within the last six to 12 months because it was perfectly obvious that he wasn't a surveyor.
He didn't change his tune. He's never been a surveyor. He's never said he's a surveyor. He's never been a flat earther. He's never said he's a flat earther. That's me, Bev. Try and find a video somewhere in all of the videos. Try and find somewhere where I've said it. Because these guys, you'll find that all of these guys are just lying.
They can't come up with it where I said I was. They can't.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when I
he
had a
used to
conversation
say
with
he
him
was-
3 years ago, he definitely said it.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Who was that? Jeff? Was Jeff talking to me 3 years ago? Do you think? That's a blatant lie, though. You'd be able to get the recording, Jeff.
So I don't want to pile on Bev.
And yeah, well, why not? Because one of the things the other day where, it's like, okay, I had presented my zenith angle measurements. I go, oh, that's just an orthographic diagram without perspective. I go, what survey
Who's he
textbook
talking
does
to?
not use an orthographic diagram?
Muppet
So
vision.
apparently orthographic diagrams are part of the conspiracy lie made up bullshit.
Yes, Muppet vision. You must not use orthographic diagrams. But I mean, the arrogance of these guys. I mean, Saragaki.
The arrogance of these guys, says the guy who's just about to spurt into a fucking lie about somebody else. Sorry about this, Saragaki. But you're making it into Charles's head. Obviously, he needs to have a go.
It seems to know quite a bit about geometry. I mean, I'm going to give him some credit. He knows a little bit about geometry. But we were talking about whether you could find the angle between the diameter and the circumference of a circle, and I was talking about how I had my my department chair. I mean, as a joke, I'm talking to my department chair about how these guys all think I should get fired for my unorthodox views, and my department chair.
But his unorthodox views, what?
Department chair about how these guys all think I should get fired for my unorthodox views.
He really doesn't listen, does he? Because that's not what we said. We were surprised that he hasn't been fired because of his name on Discord that he's chosen. That's dangerous, right? You put flat Earth anything in front of your name, and you're in danger of getting yourself fired.
But he thinks that's unorthodox views.
Strange. Why do it then?
He
I don't
thinks
know. Weird.
he's got unorthodox views, or he thinks that we think he's got unorthodox views.
I don't know.
Because I've never made any comment about his views on anything. Like, I don't do that. Why would I be bothered about how he views things? I don't know how he views things. I'm like you. He's on the internet called Flat Earth Math, and he's going round telling people that aren't flat earthers that they are flat earthers. That surely's got to be a little bit weird to be a teacher and actually doing that. Obsessed with flat earthers. Even to the point where he calls people that aren't flat earthers. That's fucking weird. And if I were a department head and found out that any of my teachers that were under me were doing such weird things, I'd be asking them a fair few fucking questions, to be honest.
My department chair agreed that, like multiple ways you could find a tangent, you could find the limit as h approaches 0, etc. And so he says, well, then your math department chair is geometrically illiterate. Like, he literally said that. Like, that was his conclusion. If and it's just like the.
Who's gonna say that Charles actually gave him the entire story of what he's talking about? Do you reckon he said, I've got a problem with horizontal and vertical? Did you know that you can't actually have two perpendiculars to a horizontal line? Do you reckon he said that to him? I don't know.
Arrogance. He's never met the man. He's never said one word to the guy. He doesn't know any of his qualifications, and yet he's geometrically illiterate. because he says you could find the angle between the diameter and a circumference. I mean, it's unbelievable.
And when they say, oh, because you're using points in the sky, we don't know what they are. Why would I look in the sky to see what's on the ground? I go, okay, I take my theodolite and I measure it across my valley, 300 square miles from 1 to 27 miles, an array, a huge array. And the resulting is vertical is radial to a portion of sphere. They go, oh, you're using all that preconceived stuff. I go, no, I just took the data, put it into Excel, and said, Excel, can you describe what's happening to these apparently random-looking numbers? And it said, oh, you've got an arc which describes 0.565.
He just got a load of random numbers and put it in Excel. And Excel, he said, work that one out, Excel. And Excel went, "'Tis globe." And he went, "Thank you very much, Excel."
Miles squared. Oh, that's interesting. 0.565. You know what? That's 7.09 over 6R. Wait a minute. That's exactly what's in my 100-year-old British textbook, right? So when I see a Brit flat earther, and I said, zero meridian is in Greenwich because the Brits were the finest geodetic surveyors, and they mapped the whole globe first. And yet when a Brit disparages, geodetic surveying, that is one of Brits' highest scientific accomplishments. The whole Mount Everest surveys, their whole colonial surveys. In my favorite 100-year-old textbook, they have plenty of examples of large, their colonial holdings from the Department of Colonial Surveys, the DCS, and they put it all in the book. And in the book, it's a 1925 book, there's not a lot of citation. And they say there's not a lot of citation because based on the whole of experience. Now, they were writing their own algorithms, not quoting others because they were dealing with their own measurement data.
They were writing their own algorithms. Really? Not just measuring the land in relation to horizontals and verticals. They were writing algorithms. Nice.
But the problem is that Excel is part of the conspiracy. So you said you put your numbers in Excel, but
Well, yeah, but Excel is not. It's not. Point being, it was not a geodetic survey program. It wasn't something.
You were supposed to laugh
It was
at the joke.
Now you're pulling a Jeb Bush. Please
There's
laugh.
some interesting chat. There's some interesting chat about the horizontal and a point argument again. Every point has an associated horizontal. That doesn't mean to say a point is a horizontal or a line. Every point has an associated horizontal because every point, as I was saying earlier, has an associated slope, or there is a gravity. It also has a slope, but there's also a horizontal associated with the point. That does not mean to say that a line is a point. Just make sure there's some debate about going on anyway.
And
I hope that cleared everything up for Rumpus.
Yeah, ignore those guys.
I'm sorry, folks in the YouTube chat. Just try to keep it civil. Try to be kind to each other. If somebody insults you, just.
He's moderating Blue's chat. Doing Blue stuff.
Just let it roll off your back. You don't have to, say anything back. But what was I gonna say? It was something very profound. Oh, okay. So, all right, 11C. This is, I just put this in here just because I randomly remembered it, but they don't like the parallel postulate. Like they call it the triangle postulate, and it's like the whole point of the parallel postulate is that
we call it the triangle axiom because it's an axiom, not a postulate. We call it the triangle axiom. So, Charles, please fix that. If you're listening, probably not. I probably don't give a shit. Nobody's called it the triangle postulate. That's never been said. Nobody said that. Nobody even imagined it. It's the triangle axiom.
It talks about parallel lines, you know. It does not say you're making a triangle.
It does not talk about parallel lines. It talks about triangles being formed on either side of the straight line. That's why we call it the triangle axiom. It's an axiom that states on which side of the straight line the triangle will be formed and the conditions that are needed to meet that requirement. Triangles.
Triangle, it says you've got parallel lines, and so therefore they're not going to meet.
It doesn't actually. If you go and look at the sixth postulate.
See, now Rumpus is coming on. It doesn't actually. You're doing it wrong. So every time any one of these people has attempted to lie about us, there has been another one there to defend what we say, to say that we don't actually say that and we don't actually mean that. They're failing badly.
Postulate, it is actually rather more tricky than you might think.
Yeah, but the point that I'm trying to make in 11C, Mr. Rumpus, who likes to rumpus about, is that they've renamed it, and they actually correct people who use the correct name. You know, they correct it. No, it's the triangle
No, it's
postulate.
been renamed by subsequent scholars to be called the parallel postulate. I don't think it's called the parallel postulate by Euclid.
Well, maybe he didn't. Maybe he just gave it a number. But what I'm saying is the people who know geometry call it the parallel postulate, and the folks in try-thinking have renamed it the triangular postulate to the point where they actually correct people. And I just included that under my Dunning-Kruger line because it's like, you know, the arrogance of these guys to be renaming geometric postulates without really you know, the gravitas to do so. I just think is arrogant.
Yeah, they're stupid and ignorant, and they've Victor Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, that's what they do.
Perhaps Charles has never seen the actual
you were mentioning,
page
I guess, is it?
It says triangle axiom. It says the axioms and lists that as the 12th one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Perhaps
it doesn't
he
mention
thinks you
parallel
changed
either.
it. No, he thinks you've changed it somehow, or we've changed it somehow.
He's heard of it called something different, but he doesn't really seem to know what it is because he would know that it doesn't state parallel in it anywhere. It does state triangles. That's why we call it the triangle axiom, to keep it simple. Advanced simplicity. It's much easier to not fool people about what things are.
Shubil, you were mentioning the British and the French were, you know, were compatriots in terms of quality surveying. And a really fascinating book is called The Measure of the World, and it is on the measuring the French meridian. I don't know what if it's got a name, but basically it's the one that goes through Paris. It's basically the line of longitude that goes through Paris. So basically measuring the entire height, so to speak, of Paris, of France, from the north coast of France to the south to Spain. And
is he talking about an elevation on a line? I'm not too sure whether he understands what this surveying is, how they did it, the purpose that they were using it for, what they were doing.
And doing it so precisely that they know what fraction of an Earth circumference it is. So it's like these guys had to be doing.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. That's a lie.
Geodetic, you know. And that's where the meter.
Yeah, well, they wanted the meter to come from that, and by doing that survey, they found the meter could not come from that. So they just decided, you know, best estimate what the meter is, and then the quarter.
He's just been told, like, no, Charles, you've got it wrong again. Wrong again. Sorry, Charles.
Length of a meridian, circumference is like 200 microns longer than what they thought.
Okay.
Per meter. So
the
thing is, the Academy of Sciences Paris in the 1730, 1740, they were having their multinational conference, and all the different survey in the neighboring countries had these slightly different values for the length of a degree of latitude. And they said,
For a
well,
length
why
of
does
a
everyone have
degree of
slightly different ones?
latitude.
So Newton said, well, yeah, because the rotation is going to be slightly oblate. And Cassini said, no, it's going to be slightly prolate. So yes, they put together a huge campaign, and they sent crews up to Lapland and to Ecuador, and they also contracted with Mason and Dixon for the Maryland and Delaware border, because that's nearly a meridian. And they put that all together, and they said, wow, Newton was right. And yeah, the Academy of Sciences is called...
They said, wow, Newton was right. That's good, isn't it? That's exactly what Charles was saying, wasn't it? No. Newton adjusted numbers to make everything come together. That's clever, isn't it?
You know, it's called the Meridian Surveys.
Well, that was a French geodetic.
Yeah, well, the Academy of Sciences, Paris.
Right. But it was the mission was called the French Geodetic Mission. But the one I'm talking about is actually during the French Revolution, when they were by Delambre and McCain.
Yeah. Right.
Doing
what time are we at? Newton was right. Yeah. Well, he was good. He was a good man, Newton. Been going for 4 hours, and there's a little bit of this left. Don't think. I think we've got to get a bit more. We might get another day out of it, you know. Going over this, listening to Larry and Blue and Rumpus. Right, taking requests for a Buster song. Who wants we got the new one, or do you want to?
I have to run, so I'll catch you guys later.
Okie dokie. Catch you later. I'm just going to shut off this anyway. What day is it tomorrow? Thursday. We're going to be doing more of this anyway. We're having a week of this. Looks like it's going over, isn't it? The new one at the beginning.
Monad week.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, let me put a thing on that. That up there. So that's where we're at too. It's not on Buster, is it? On there, screen. Discord. Okay. This is the latest Blue Marble one. I'll play it straight from this room. So, join us tomorrow. More of this sort of stuff. It may get a bit boring, but I think this is the end. I don't think you're going to see Rumpus again. That could be a good thing, right? We're making history. Spotting liars for you. It's all been recorded. It's all there for everyone to see. 4 hours a night. Debunking liars. Okay, join us tomorrow. Thank you very much. See you later.
I don't think that was really helpful, but what do you think, Blue?
Well, it's showtime.
And one thing, what has to be emphasized, of course, is that a water level is not a tool for establishing a horizontal. It is a tool for measuring 2 points being level. And I think Blue's also been good on this.
I thought that was a good
if you want to use it to establish a horizontal, but it's not going to be a horizontal at either of the 2 pot ends, it's going to be in the middle, you then have to use another tool to manufacture a line, to manufacture the horizontal. You have to use through a camera or some other device to generate the horizontal, because the level doesn't. It just gives you 2 points that are at the same elevation, and that's it.
Yeah, well,
no horizontal involved.
Well, if you connect those 2 points, and you just said this a few moments ago, you do establish a horizontal at the midpoint of the 2 points.
Yes, you need another
That's
tool.
kind of the way I felt about
By
it.
itself, you do not get a horizontal. You need another tool.
well,
If you want to end up with a horizontal, you then need another tool to do that. Either a
No.
telescope or something to look through it.
It's showtime.
Well,
Bev will say 100% of the time that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. I say, now wait a minute, there is another definition of a water level. It is a device that establishes 2 points of equal elevation. That's what a water level is.
So
Well, yeah, but you're getting a lot wrong, I'm afraid, Charles.
That's kind of the way I felt.
Then don't ask questions if you're not going to listen to the answer.
Okay, well, go ahead, go on. You answer. Well, you just made a claim that just with 2 pots you can determine horizontal. Tell me how I could do that and then say, right, the horizontal is here in the middle.
I say, now wait a minute.
Between those 2 pots, how I'd do that then. Go ahead.
I thought that was a good idea. So what are we doing today? What are we doing today, Charles?
Proving that Bev is not a flat earther. And I don't think he understands.
Right, exactly.
You don't understand.
And I don't think he understands Bev is not a flat earther.
Right,
It's
exactly.
not my problem if you don't want to learn.
And I don't think he understands.
So today we have the flat earth man, Charles.
You could not generate a horizontal feature or anything just with a water level. You need another tool to use to do that. So by itself, it cannot generate a horizontal plane. Right, but then I need a straight thing, don't I? Okay, I chose to put. Okay, I chose a. I let you get out of it by having a straight. Okay, let's not say a shelf. Let's suppose I wanted to put a football. That was midpoint and horizontal between the 2 things. You couldn't do it. I chose a shelf, which of course is a horizontal, is a straight line thing. So if I pick a non-straight line thing, you can't do it.
You know, using water to make a horizontal plane.
Right. That's not possible.
Right. Because Bev is not a flat earther.
Right, exactly.
You don't understand.
I want to put a shelf that's horizontal to those 2 things. How would I do that with just those 2 pots? You can't do it.
You just don't.
They constantly force themselves into denying the idea that you can have an angle between a curve and a straight line or between 2 curves. Of course you can. That's fundamental in mathematics. There's no fundamental error. We're just simply avoiding being a pedantic prick. That's all.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, sure. And over distance, you see some really strange things. You end up looking down to see something that is at an elevation higher than you are.
Yes, that's exactly what happened in California.
Right, sure, exactly. Lining the tops of the water up in 2 vessels that are 60 feet apart gives you a line which we know is technically horizontal at its that line of sight is technically horizontal. It's showtime. Right, exactly.
It's not my problem if you don't want to learn. You just don't.
Bev keeps on saying this is a tool to establish a horizontal. It's his favourite phrase. I'm going to use that probably even more than horizontal level.
No logic, no wisdom, no worry.
Horizontals level. I think it's important to point out that this is wrong. It's not that.
No reason, no logic, no answers to the question.
And so that's Bev.
You're just on your own.
Another point, verticals are lines and not planes. That's another key thing, whereas horizontals are planes and not lines.
That's true.
Right, but a vertical plane isn't defined that way. The plane itself is vertical, which means if you were to draw a line orthogonal to the vertical plane, and then measure the angle to that orthogonal, then you would see that one is horizontal and then the plane itself is vertical. Anyway, so Blue, you want to move on?
Yeah, let's. Well,
I don't think that was really helpful, but.